Дамы и господа, уважаемые гости страхового форума, мы начнем мероприятие в ближайшее время. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Дамы и господа, уважаемые гости страхового форума, мы начнем мероприятие в ближайшее время. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Дамы и господа, уважаемые гости страхового форума, мы начнем мероприятие в ближайшее время. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Добро пожаловать на второй ежегодный страховой форум
Welcome to
«Казахстан
the
Insurance
second
Forum
insurance forum of
2024».
2024.
Уважаемые гости,
Dear
дамы
guests,
и господа,
ladies and gentlemen,
от лица Фонда
on
гарантирования
behalf
страховых
of
выплат
the
рад
Fund
приветствовать
for
вас на
Guarantees of
сегодняшнем
Insurance
мероприятии.
Payments, we're happy to welcome you
Сегодня
at
нас
this
ждет
event.
обсуждение
Today,
актуальных
we
вопросов
will
страхового
hear
рынка
the
Казахстана.
discussions of the most
Меня
relevant
зовут
issues of the
Азиз,
insurance
и я
market in
очень
Kazakhstan.
рад
My name
быть
is Aziz,
частью этого
and I'm very
мероприятия.
happy to be part of this
Особо
event.
хочется
I would
отметить,
like
что я
to
создан при помощи нейросети.
emphasize that I
И
was
это
designed
очередной
with the
пример
help
того,
of
как технологии изменяют
neural
мир, в том
network,
числе
and that
и
is a
мир
sign of
страхования.
how the world is
Форум
changing,
– это
including the
уникальная
world of insurance,
возможность для
thanks
обмена
to
опытом,
artificial
идеями
intelligence
и
and
знаниями
technologies.
между
So forum
ведущими
is a way to
экспертами,
exchange
представителями страховых
ideas and
компаний,
thoughts between
регулятора
the
финансового
experts,
рынка и
specialists,
международными
the
партнерами.
financial regulators and
Прежде
international
чем
partners.
перейдем к основным
Before we
событиям
start
форума,
and proceed to the
позвольте
main events of
представить
the
вам
forum, let me
организатора –
introduce
Фонд
the
гарантирования
organizers,
страховых
the
выплат.
Fund for Guarantees of
Фонд
Insurance
– это
Payments.
ключевой
The
институт,
fund is a key
обеспечивающий
institute
финансовую
which
стабильность
guarantees
страхового
financial
рынка
stability
Казахстана
of
и
Kazakhstan's
надежную защиту
insurance
прав
markets and also which
страхователей.
guarantees the protection of the insurers.
Каждый день – это новое начало.
Every day is a new
Каждый
beginning.
день – это возможность
Every day
получить
is an
новый
opportunity
опыт,
to
новые
get new
идеи и
experience, new
информацию.
ideas and information.
С Фондом гарантирования страховых
With the
выплат
fund.
каждый день – это стабильность. Добро пожаловать на Казахстан Insurance Forum 2024. Уверенность, стабильность, надежность. Фонд гарантирования страховых выплат – это более 20 лет уверенности для потребителей страховых услуг. Гарантия этих видов страхования увеличивают уверенность граждан в страховой защите. Более 350 миллионов тенге выплачено за последние 5 лет. Фонд гарантирования страховых выплат также возмещает ущерб пострадавшим в ДТП, если виновник скрылся или не был установлен. Гарантии фонда увеличивают привлекательность обеспечиваемых видов страхования. Фонд гарантирования страховых выплат. Уверенность, стабильность, надежность. Мы стремимся создать площадку для конструктивного диалога и выработки решений, которые будут способствовать развитию страхового рынка Казахстана и обеспечат финансовую защиту населения и бизнеса. Сегодня мы обсудим ключевые вопросы, стоящие перед страховой отраслью. В рамках форума пройдут 4 сессии, посвященные наиболее актуальным темам в сфере страхования. Слово для открытия форума представляется председателю фонда Ерлану Омурзаковичу Бурабаеву.
I would like to give the floor to Mr. Burabayev, the chairperson of the fund. Good day, dear participants, dear guests of the forum. We're happy to welcome you for participation. Thank you for participation in today's forum. I will not go through the statistics or the main indicators because that will be presented at the main session, the first session of the forum, but I would like to mention that in the last 5 years, we see the continued growth of the fund's main indicators. Here the assets that grew by 107%, liability by 144%, and for insurance premium, the growth was 133%. The highest the growth was noticed in 2021 and 2023. The leaders by growth sector are the life insurance, is the life insurance sector. Of course, these are nominal values. If we take the correlation of the main indicators to GDP, then the growth is still noticeable. Nevertheless, it is not as impressive as it looks in these absolute numbers, because the GDP has also increased during this period more than 70%. So if we compare the GDP assets, which grew from 1.7% to 2.1%, whereas premium from 0.7 to 1%. In the meantime, in the financial market development concepts, the insurance market has the indicator, established indicator, saying that by 2030, the share of assets versus GDP must be 5%. I mean, the assets must represent 5% of the GDP. Whereas in September last year, the head of the state, the government, has has ordered to guarantee the annual growth of 6% of the GDP, so that the country, the national economy, could achieve the twofold growth by 2030, up to $450 billion per annum. Therefore, we have enough kind of tasks. We have a lot of job. We have some serious challenges too, which which explain the fact that for some of the initiative, the interest rate will be decreased in the upcoming future, and that is going to significantly affect the investment profitability, return on investment of the insurance company. Also, there is now initiative to revise the tax code. So the new tax code will be considered, and to that end, the tax benefits for the citizens might also be revised. Of course, there is another initiative by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and Social Welfare about the removal of the accident insurance from the mandatory medical insurance scheme. So therefore, the insurance market will have to be more engaged, will have to participate and contribute more, will have to protect the interests of the people more and of the businesses too, in order to address some of the social economic issues. Moreover, I would like to note that the events or the natural disasters of 2024 have reflected on the sector and have kind of given us this, kind of pushed us towards thinking the catastrophe or disaster risk insurance development. Last year, at the address to the people, in his address to the people, the president actually said that in developed countries, the insurance companies are the ones responsible for covering the losses incurred due to the natural disasters or the catastrophes. And we hope that in the second session of today's forum, well, the catastrophe disaster or kind of catastrophe risk insurance will be considered. We will also look at different options or different models of how insurance companies can do better and can actually take care of these issues. And following today's discussions, we hope to arrive to the best model most suitable for Kazakhstan. Also, when it comes to the fund, the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund, then in 2024, we turn 21 years old, and we are if we take the Kazakh standards, or if we take the international standards, we are mature. We are no longer a baby. So the fund was established when Zoomer generations emerged, and with that, we now see a turn, kind of a pivot towards the demographic growth of the population. So we had 40 million in 2020s, whereas we have now 20 million, and the growth was more than 35%. Whereas other countries with aging population, Kazakhstan is demonstrating the demographic growth not only with the life expectancy extension, but also with internal migration, but also with the significant increase of the birth rate. So in 20 years, we had more than 7.5 million people, children born in Kazakhstan, with the highest growth in 2021. I guess the lockdown and the remote work must have affected that process. It is important that now the children who were born at the moment of the fund's establishment are now entering the active phase of their life. It means that the behavior of the Zoomers and of the following generation will, in the upcoming decade, compared to the countries with aging population, will determine the needs in socio-economic activity, labor policies, and other aspects of our country. Also, these groups of population will also influence the behavior and the well-being of the seniors, of the elderly generation. Therefore, the insurance market need to take into account the needs and the lifestyle of these new insurers. However, we do have the demographic dip or demographic gap in the 90s that was also accompanied by an active migration, has been felt in the economy by way of the shortage of professionals, and that, of course, has affected the level of income and level of savings of this cohort of the population. In other words, the life insurance will have to continue finding ways to attract the most affluent groups of population through different life insurance products. And the third session will discuss this issue. Well, the lack and shortage of qualified professionals and relatively young demographics has helped introduce very rapidly some new technological breakthrough solutions. The generation born in digital era will demand and will require most comfortable and most simple solutions with the maximum customization to their demands and needs. In order to develop a more affordable insurance product, the insurance companies will have to continue digitizing internal processes, will have to develop their online services, and will then have to collect additional data and organize data analysis that will characterize different cohorts and different categories of people and of businesses. And development of online services actually has led to the new forms of frauds in financial sector, and therefore we as insurers will have to resist and will have to grapple and we have to combat these kind of new ways of frauds. So session number 4, which is devoted to further digitization in the insurance sector, we will consider these issues. I would like to say a couple of words about the fund itself, Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund. In 2023, the fund has been entrusted with additional functions to secure the further development of insurance market. That is, in 2024, we launched the uniform mobile application, and as of 1st of October, here's some statistics. The fund's application now has more than 7,000 claims. If we look at the statistics from November to August, we can notice a significant and steady growth of not only nominal values, but also the share of Euro Protocol versus total number of claims. So by August, it was 9.3%. And if this trend continues, then we can achieve a 10% share by the end of the year. And if we take our neighbors in Russia, they have introduced Euro Protocol in 2009, and actually it took them 7 or 8 years to get to the share of 10%. While the second task of the fund is to develop the competence of the insurance market. So now the agency, the fund, and the Narcos University now has a tripartite agreement on staff training in order to satisfy the needs of the insurance markets and to have the relevant and qualified actuaries. So the fund has financed the 16 scholarship in 2023, and in 2024 we have financed another 20 scholarship. And we hope that by the end of 2024 we have the first professional alumni capable of working with us. So we wanted to make you aware of that. The 24 insurance companies are the shareholders of the fund, including the life insurance companies. By mid-September this year, we have a contract now with BCC Life Company. So after the contract is concluded, this company will become one of the shareholders. So we guarantee the mandatory insurance, compulsory insurance, as well as life insurance under the kind of the government system, as well as annuity insurance and incident insurance. So we have the very stable capital and the growing capital, since the assets have increased by 8.7% since 2020 and now make up to 23 billion tenge. The asset growth has to do with the growth of provisions from 9.1 billion tenge in 2019 to 27 billion tenge as of 1st of September 2024, meaning that the growth made around 120%. In nominal values, the biggest provisions were made for the universal insurance, kind of the general insurance, 11.6 billion tenge. As for the growth tempo, the leader is the life insurance. kind of subchapter. So this was the very brief introduction of the fund. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that the forum will be a very interesting event, and you will be satisfied and happy with the outcomes. Thank you.
Первая панельная сессия будет посвящена обсуждению текущих трендов на рынке страхования, прогнозов его развития в ближайшие годы, а также основным вызовам и возможностям, с которыми сталкивается страховой сектор в Казахстане. Участники обсудят, как изменения в законодательстве и регулировании влияют на рынок, какие инновационные продукты и технологии способствуют его трансформации и какие стратегические шаги необходимы для устойчивого роста отрасли.
Secure the steady growth of this sector.
Hello. Good morning. Pleasure to be here, and an honor to be part of this panel. I would like to ask Maria Hashiva to join us, please. Madame Yelena Bakhmutova, please. World Bank Gambar Jambar, thank you. And from Oliver Wyman, Artyom Ambatrumnia. This panel is about the development of the insurance sector in Kazakhstan. And I've been working here for several years, and I'm very happy to see great improvement towards achieving a very important position in Central Asia. We will have the opportunity to hear from experts that have been responsible for the development of the market. And I would like to ask Maria Hashiva first to share with us the views of the supervisory agency. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Rodolfo, for this opportunity. Colleagues, let us welcome you. Let me welcome you at our insurance forum, whose initiator is the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund. Today, forum is now turned into a traditional platform where the most relevant and most pressing matters of insurance market are discussed. So it is a platform of our strategic initiatives, of our problems, the platform to discuss priority directions of our further development. As it has already been said in Mr. Burabayev presentation, the insurance sector as of now demonstrates a gradual growth, and for all of the indicators, actually, we've been seeing the gradual growth. The insurance market assets have doubled and currently make 2.8 trillion tenge. And as a rule, the source or the driver behind the increased assets is investment profits of the company, as well as increased insurance of increased premium. The volume of insurance certificates actually has been growing as well. They have increased twofold. And what I can say, and with particular satisfaction, that 88% of all the certificate of insurance or insurance policies have been concluded with natural persons. Growth of insurance is particularly noticeable in incident insurance and life insurance sector. The positive growth is backed by the implementation of state policies on car lease, on mortgages. There is another kind of contributor, which is the digitization of our sector. Today, the key directions of the agency of financial regulation is the financial stability of the financial sector, extending and expanding the list of insurance products, as well as protection of the consumers, specifically the insurance of the services of the In order to create new opportunities in this sector, we have created and expanded significantly the lineup of insurance products. So when it comes to life insurance, some new socially important products have been introduced. So the accumulative insurance, deferred annuity insurance. So we do have really some good statistics. As of 1st of September 24, we have 2,440 policies for the amount of 333 million tenge. So actually the pension insurance is made about 7 million tenge for the total amount, 7 million contracts for the total number of 537 billion tenge. As of 2024, we have introduced special social payments for workers working in some hazardous enterprises. Also, there are some rehabilitation and preventive measures and payments for the companies with special employment conditions.
In essence, insurance companies currently, as a result, play this additional role of a social institution. As part of the overall framework concept for development of the insurance sector until 2030, we have new types of insurance and further insurance being developed. This contributes to the further development of the sector and also deepens the level of expertise. Also, last year, inferred insurance for migrants has been introduced in cooperation with the Ministry of Health. This allowed the migrants to be entitled to get medical insurance. Also, the lower house of parliament, along with the Ministry for Emergency Situation of Kazakhstan, has developed the draft law for inferred insurance for large venues, for large events, for fire insurance. Soon, we will also have the inferred insurance taking effect for liability insurance for medical professionals. The aim is not to just protect the patients and the health professionals, but to also to compensate the damage that may arise as a result of the health workers' professional activities. What is different about this particular product is that it is linked to a single insurance pool. This is the first such a instance for using such approach in Kazakhstan. All of the market participants are coordinating their efforts to optimize all the procedures. The whole system, the whole procedure will be digitized. It will be done without the involvement of the client themselves, and having the pool in place will enable us to efficiently distribute the risks in the insurance sector, and hopefully this will serve as an important basis for introducing later other new types of insurance. As you know, the key achievements that we already have in the sector are due to the digitalization. All of the mandatory types of insurance, pretty much all of them, are digital now. You can acquire more and more digital services online without ever having to go to an insurance company office. On January 1st, 2024, online claim filing has been introduced for mandatory types of insurance. As I said, you don't have to go to an insurance company physically. You can do it online using an app, which means that there's better coverage with this service. Also, on January 1st this year, we've introduced Euro Protocol, the app to file a claim in case of an accident without having to, if certain requirements are met, without having to summon the police on the scene. You can do it in the app. Both parties can do it in the app. And I'd like to especially thank both the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund and also the individual insurance companies that were active, working together to launch this new mechanism quite soon. They worked quite fast to make it a reality, as I said, on January 1st, 2024. I'd also like to note those insurers who've developed their own software providing additional services for their policyholders, which means that this contributes to a more active competition, makes those insurers generates competitive advantage for them. 7,000 claims have been filed so far using Euro Protocol, and the payouts amounted to over 1 billion tenge. The average size of the payout is 185,000 tenge, and the average time it takes to make the payout is 11 days. Going back to mandatory car insurance, as you may know, we have switched to a new flexible rate for this type of insurance. On the annual basis, there's a factor taken into account by region for losses. So the car owners by region will pay less or more depending on that indicator. In the near future, we also want to review the bonus malus system to take account the size of the damage in case of a car accident. And if one has does not have any accidents in their record for many years in a row, they will benefit from a lower premium. Some information now about the statistics, which is an important, obviously, an important part of the sector's operations. There's a single database with the regulator is paying particular attention to data cleanup, making sure the data is accurate, as accurate as possible. This is especially very important to introduce compliance with international standards. We're working on making sure that our laws and regulations are brought in accordance with the IAIS standards. This is very important. We are now able to be more client-focused when performing digitalization by using digital models. I would like to focus on another institution that we now have, the Insurance Ombudsman, that has been introduced on the 1st of January this year as well. They're mandatory prejudicial stage for claim consideration now. More and more claims are being reviewed by the Ombudsman. As I said, there are required step by law now. You have to go to the Ombudsman first before going to court, which means that there's more trust in the institution of the Ombudsman now, and the courts are less burdened with the cases, and the insurance companies are less burdened with the cases because more and more people are going to the Ombudsman first. The procedure that the Ombudsman uses is quick and efficient. Still, there's a lot of room for improvement still in the operation of this institution of the Ombudsman that we need to address, in particular. Strengthening the institution overall, its capacity, the resources available to it, improving the damage assessment system for vehicles and other property damage. Another important step forward for the market was assessment of the laws and regulations that I mentioned. The compliance with IAIS requirements, the World Bank experts were involved in it. Rodolfo was directly involved in that assessment as well. I think later on he will be able to add some important details, perhaps, on the outcomes of this exercise. As a result of this assessment, some gaps have been identified, some recommendations have been made, including in risk management, consumer rights protection, among others, mandatory conditions in voluntary insurance contracts, etc., etc. Therefore, our main objective for the nearest future is to make sure that our laws and regulations are brought into accordance, harmonized with the international standards. We hope that this will make the insurance market more efficient, more convenient for consumers, and will make the sector more internationally competitive as well. One of the most important tasks, one of the large-scale tasks, as I see it, for the agency, but also for the market, is introducing the Solvency II principles, which will mean that we will need to increase the expertise level in the market overall, and also additional investment in terms of automating the procedures, growing the capital, and growing volumes. The result will be that the insurance companies will be able to take on more risks, invest more, and grow. Another important area is paying on the claims-based and working with the natural disaster type risks. You know, we've been working in this field for a number of years, trying to develop the most effective solutions. It is important for the private sector and the government to work as closely as possible in this area to develop a system that is as effective as possible. We need to develop an effective model with several mechanisms to protect the citizens, including reinsurance, voluntary insurance. All that should serve as a foundation for the system to protect from catastrophic risks. We need to identify here the aspects that will enable us to stimulate the voluntary insurance, first and foremost, for those catastrophic risks with the help of the private sector. But I think we'll be able to discuss this in more detail during the next session. In conclusion, I would like to thank the fund once again for holding this conference. The successful practice that the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund has developed enabled the agency, our agency, to further improve the guarantee system, taking into account the best international practice. As was mentioned by Mr. Burabayev just a few minutes ago, the fund is already covering the liabilities for 10 classes of insurance. This includes all mandatory, socially important types of insurance. Also, last year, the fund was accorded a status by law of a financial institution, which strengthened its role in terms of protecting the rights of the policyholders, the clients, in terms of liquidation cases, voluntary liquidation. And we believe overall that the fund has been established 21 years ago. And since then, it's developed into a solid institution contributing to the reliability of the sector. I'd like to thank the fund once again and to our participants also. First and foremost, the international experts who've traveled from afar, who found the time to share their valuable expertise during this forum. Thank you so much. And I hope that I haven't bored you with all the information and the figures and listing all the innovations that the sector has been implemented over the last several years. Thank you once again, and hope we have a successful forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this overview of the development of the insurance sector. A lot of great activities, as you can see. Before passing to the next panelist, I have a small question for Maria, if you mind. When I was doing with the IMF the assessment of the UK's insurance sector in 2010, I think, one of the key problems that we identified at that time was that the agency was not only responsible for supervision, but also for development. And it's very difficult to manage both at the same time. Development, but at the same time, supervision. I would like to hear from you, Maria, from your experience, what's your philosophy with respect to development and supervision? How do you deal with this challenge? What's your philosophy, please?
Well, actually, the experience that we have of a mega regulator in Kazakhstan and all of the changes, numerous changes that have taken place in terms of the roles of our agency and the National Bank demonstrated the following. Today, one cannot build an effective development system without having a clear idea about how to go about supervision. It's important to have a clear idea of how to properly supervise the market, insurers. In technical terms, it means that the supervision identifies the issues that need to be addressed. The supervision is also responsible for developing the potential avenues for development. Yes, to an extent, there is a conflict of interest because you have when you have the same department is dealing with both supervision and development, you have to choose just one area between the two. But I hope that we are able to nonetheless move in the right direction, prioritizing development sufficiently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. That was excellent view. I wish the UK authorities would have known that before. They were very light touch at that time, of course. I would like to pass the word to Mrs. Yelena Bakhmutovna to hear from her, the role of the association. Associations internationally are responsible for arguing in favor of the industry, but in a very, professional manner. I would like to hear from you, Yelena, if you don't mind. What has been your experience with respect to the development of the market, the challenges that you might have seen, and the opportunities that have you been able to achieve through your association? Thank you, Marie.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking the organizers for the invitation to take part in this very important event, this very important forum for the sector. Hopefully, our discussions today will have a positive impact on the future. Rodolfo, I really liked the previous question that you just asked to Maria about how to combine supervision and development for the regulator. Well, I think this is a more general question that would apply to all of the regulators. In Kazakhstan, we are having discussions from time to time why our central bank is only responsible for one thing, price stability, which is different from the regulator in the US, for example, where they're responsible for price stability, but they also are indirectly responsible for economic growth. Actually, there's no contradiction there. Regulation will impact how balanced the development of the sector is, whether the sector is able to expand its service offering, and whether the policyholders, the clients, are ready to receive those services. So it's kind of a contradiction, but there's no contradiction on the other hand. It's about this overall evolution process. Going back to the specific question that you asked, about how we, the association, defend the interests of the sector, for the sector not just to be profitable and to develop dynamically, but to also make an important contribution to the overall economy, ensuring balanced economic growth and expanding opportunities for the consumers of financial services. There, to answer, I would like to focus on three areas that ensure such evolution, such development. First and foremost, it's a proper regulatory and tax environment, which is crucial. Also, the disposable income of the people, being ready to buy those services. And the third crucial area is a healthy competition and no interference in companies' operations in the sector. So I think these are the three main pillars for this evolution. Let's start with the tax and regulatory environment. Maria previously covered in detail the various initiatives that the agency has in this area. I would just like to note one positive contribution that the agency is conducting a predictable, a clear policy, which is very important for the market. For instance, there's a preliminary discussion now, publishing and having a preliminary discussion of supervision priorities on the annual basis. There are also meetings on a quarterly basis with the senior leadership of the regulator to discuss the most important issues, which generates an overall positive environment for the market. Also, the agency is listening to the market. We have 3 working groups, for example, that are working on Solvency II, for example. I will not go into detail on that, but there's also another working group that deals with overall development of the sector, what we're talking about now. There's also this is also something that the market should obviously focus on, ensuring its further future development. There are good examples already that we have in terms of implementing the various tools that Maria talked about. Euro Protocol is one of them. Marie mentioned it. Your protocol is due to synergy of the efforts of the market, of the regulator, the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund. This is a good example of corporations that should be used in the future as well. We're also preparing for implementing another very important tool to ensure health professionals, as mentioned earlier, medical professionals. We'll need to work closely with the regulator there. Perhaps we'll need to adapt something. Perhaps this will be a new mechanism that we'll need to work to focus on adapting to reality to make it successful. I'd also like to mention that the regulator is actively taking part in the discussion of other issues that depend not only on its actions, but also on the involvement of other government agencies. And this is the area where things are not always great.
So, for example, our insurance market has been developed through introduction of mandatory and compulsory insurances, and it's not characteristic of the market. And we are happy to facilitate the voluntary insurance rather than imputed insurance. However, for that to happen, we need some efforts from all other stakeholders as well. When it comes to the public procurement law that affects a huge number of the market players, we have tried to prove that for the life insurance, for the accident insurance, we do not have to follow the general rule. All you have to do is just conclude a direct insurance policy. However, they did not listen to us, and unfortunately, these amendments have not been introduced to the law on public procurement. But we are still hopeful that we can continue the discussion. Last year, there were also very heated discussions about improving the insurance or incidents or accidents insurance. However, we again faced some resistance because the ministries responsible for social affairs did not listen to the regulator, and without proper calculations, proper estimations, without consultations with the insurance companies and the regulator, has introduced a very cumbersome mechanism, which is extremely difficult for the insurers, for the policyholders. And as a result, since the beginning of 2024, we've been seeing that the payments under this type of insurances is 2.1 more than the previous values. It means that without proper evaluation, that without proper consultations, this kind of mechanisms should not be introduced. Moreover, Yerlan, in his speech, the head of the fund, has noticed that following the offer from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, actually now they're discussing that the medical insurance scheme, the mandatory medical insurance scheme, is now removed from the private sector and is now handed over to the state sector. However, we do hope that our regulator will have kind of a louder voice and will be able to prove to all the institutions who are not professionally involved in insurance that these kind of fluctuations, this kind of, jittery, the market will definitely not facilitate the development of the market, will not attract new clients and customers, and therefore cooperation between the regulator and state bodies is absolutely crucial. As for the other issues that our market participants, market players are talking about, though there are the medical insurance issues as well as the pension system insurances. When it comes to medical insurance, you all are well aware that in his recent address, the president has criticized the system of mandatory medical insurance. Actually, the market participants, the insurers, have said that they could take care of it, that they could actually strengthen the synergy between the voluntary medical insurance and compulsory medical insurance, and also could demonstrate to the payers of the insurance premiums that they can receive they can receive the medical services, but not only pay for the medical services. It looks like, actually, it seems that those who pay for the insurance schemes are not able to receive such services. However, when it comes to the insurance companies, then these kind of directions would be more beneficial for the payers. So, Another thing about the cumulative pension system that has been introduced this year that implies a kind of conditional solidarity system that we were categorically against it, and we, together with the Chamber of Entrepreneurs, spoke against it, but again, they have ignored our opinion, and the system was introduced as the conditionally cumulative. So it needs to be transformed and reformed so that it could become fully cumulative, or so that it could bring on board the insurance companies so that some of the premium could be formed at the level of insurance companies. So this system could be really designed in a very stable, sustainable way, but it's not the case, unfortunately, yet. So these are the directions that we believe are extremely important and that was to be discussed further. Now, as for the tax environment, then it is quite favorable at the moment. And it's very kind of conducive of insurance products. However, now we're all following the discussions that the Parliament is going through about this new tax code, and we still have time. But nevertheless, the Parliament is not considering the write-offs when procuring or when buying an insurance policy. However, we believe that we will have the discussion at the Parliament, and we will convince the Parliament that this kind of instrument is extremely important to attract new customers. As for the taxation of the premiums and the IFRS requirements, all of these parameters have been lobbied. Thanks to the regulators' support as well, we were able to discuss it with the Ministry of Finances, and the ministry kind of made sure that they were made part of the tax code, new tax code. Now, moving on to the second part, I mean, as for what else is needed, we need a very solvent demand and the conditions to receive such services. This is the shared task, shared goal for all of us, not only the agency, but also others, the association, the insurance companies themselves, because we need our citizens to finally see the benefits of insurance products, of insurance services. For that, they need to see that the system is stable, reliable, that the infrastructure works as it's supposed to work, and that the benefits that they get as a result of an insurance are obvious and kind of tangible. And of course, it is a matter of organizing it, delivering it properly, and it also depends on the solvency and the buying power of the population. Of course, I was happy to hear that the main priority of the economic policy is the income growth of the population, and therefore I do believe that this direction is very promising. So on the third aspect is the healthy competition and non-interference with the operative activities, operations. So when it comes to competition, everything seems pretty good. We have mostly private organizations, private companies, except these different infrastructure-related organizations who act as a stabilizing factor. So we need to make sure that this kind of competition is present in the market. The regulator plays an important role to that end. As for the other state authority, state bodies, it is key and it's paramount that this kind of social direction, social negative direction, did not prevail. These new ideas. Oftentimes, the government or the authorities want to sort of impose all the liability on insurance market, including the fraudulent activities, and come up with the parameters which will lead to financial instability in a midterm perspective. So it is important that the regulator could actually look at the financial stability of the sector as a whole and of the individual companies especially. So when I talk about not meddling on, not interfering with the operations, of course I'm talking about the excessive regulation at the moment, or lack of it actually. Currently the Parliament is discussing the amendments to the banking and insurance sector. When you get a loan, and along you also buy a life insurance, or you have to get a life insurance. So that way they have interfered with the operations of two financial markets, so they will set up a certain threshold, and it's really a negative thing, because tomorrow, I mean, maybe they have best interest of the citizen at heart, but this is not going good for the market, because eventually they will try to introduce these kind of instruments of checks and balances. I do believe that the transactional relations, they should always prevail and should be free from the state interference. Also, the regulator is actually introducing the targeted loss level. I think these issues, they must be regulated by a healthy competition. Well, in general, I would like to thank for maintaining and supporting a constructive dialogue, and that this dialogue continues to improve. Thank you.
The two most important agencies dealing with the development supervision of the insurance sector. Before passing to our foreign panelists, I would like to summarize with a few words what I heard. I think there is great progress, but at the same time, challenges remain. What's positive is the work together. Then development, sustainable development, can only be achieved if you have strong supervision and the more important, predictive supervision, meaning no surprises, a lot of dialogue, and that's what we hear here. So you're in a very good situation to develop further. Of course, there are challenges, and I think the future looks very, very bright for Kazakhstan. Now, I would like to ask a good friend from the World Bank, Gamba, to share with us the work that the World Bank has been doing in Kazakhstan with respect to the insurance sector, which areas they have been supporting, and what has been the result of that. Gamba, please.
Thank you, Rodolfo. Hope you
Thank you, Rodolfo. I hope you can hear me.
thank organizers of this important event for the kind invitation, and also using this opportunity to congratulate organizers, because this for the second year anniversary, and it is a pleasure to see that this event is becoming not an event for the Kazakhstan, but becoming a regional and, if you will, to a certain extent, an international event which provides possibilities to exchange experience, to raise awareness of the important issues in the insurance sector. In terms of World Bank involvement in the financial sector of the Kazakhstan, we work not only in the Kazakhstan but also in Central Asia. We are working on the different dimensions. In case of insurance sector in Kazakhstan, and we probably, for the sake of the brevity, let me mention three major engagements, business engagements we have at this moment of the time. First of all, as Maria Zhamalovna has mentioned earlier, this was one of the important work which was done was this assessment based on the insurance core principles. And as you may already aware, insurance core principles, it's the major standard, international standard, which was approved by the International Association of the Insurance Supervisors. And basically, this type of the assessment is basically a core document which basically shows the development of the sector at the moment, and most importantly, as it was mentioned earlier, okay, let me try to speak closer to the microphone. Sorry about that. This insurance core principles assessment was done relatively recently, and we have my partner in the crime, Mr. Rodolfo, who was also leading this work. So, in terms of core assessment, I think there are several issues. Of course, in general, I think we were very. It was very welcome to see that development and also a lot of work which was done by the agency to meet these international standards. So in general, if you look at the assessment, I think most of the key standards are met. But I think there are also like some issues based on the assessment which was identified, and one of the issues is the Solvency II implementation in the Kazakhstan. So, and I think this is Solvency II, it's an international standard which is very difficult to implement. And, but in case of Kazakhstan, it is a pleasure that the agency has already established a roadmap for the next couple of the years how to implement this standard, and it started to implement that. Solvency II issue, I think it brings to maybe like, if I may, the second area of the cooperation of the World Bank with the Kazakhstan authorities. Because Solvency II, one of the, as you know, as we all know, that one of the key issues of the Solvency II is how to measure the tail risk. And the tail risk is becoming one of the, like, if you will, a hot potato issue at the moment of the time. Let me mention one example, like, for example, when we try to model the tail risk, for example, catastrophic type of the risks, we try to use like extreme events which happens once in 100 years. Once in 100 years. But probably you saw that there was some like floods in the Europe recently. And for example, I just recently learned that many countries were severely affected. But Vienna, the Austria, they did really well because they didn't have many like, it was relatively, they did really well because they were doing like not in the 1 in the 100-year event. But if I may say, I was very surprised to learn that they were like shooting for 1 in the 5,000-year event. So therefore, that means like now if we implement the solvency type of the regulations like in the different countries, I think it become like not $1 million, but in case of Austria, if the situation would happen like $3 billion of the losses, so it becomes like $1 billion question, what would be the right way to implement this kind of stuff. So that's why this our second area of the cooperation is, as the agency has mentioned, it's the establishment of the solid framework for the disaster risk finance and insurance. And as you may already aware, there is no like single one solution would not be able to solve all the issues, and it can involve like different type of the solutions. For example, like establishment of the insurance pool, issuing of the cat bond, catastrophic bonds, which is the next topic of the session, and also like and other different instruments. And in this regard, as it was mentioned earlier, involvement of the private sector in this process and fairly dividing this burden among the all stakeholders, I think it would be very, very important question in establishing a well-working framework for the disaster risk finance and insurance. So this is the two issues, like I think in my view, like was one of the like key important two areas where the World Bank is working with the authorities of the Kazakhstan. And maybe like since we have a few more minutes, I would like also to mention like a third area of the cooperation, which is we started only this year, and this is the area of the consumer protection. In case of the World Bank, like we are trying also to keep with the developments, and for example, like in several countries around the world, we helped the regulatory authorities to implement new so-called supervision and regulatory technologies. And for example, recently we helped them to adopt this so-called artificial intelligence type of the technologies, where the technology basically creates a database of complaints, and then using these recent advances in the natural language processing similar to the ChatGPT, organizes this type of the complaints and simplifies the process of resolution of the complaints. This is the work we started this year, and maybe if the authorities would be interested to continue, this is something like we would be also interested to continue, and also based on our experience internationally. So, so again, like summarizing, this was like, for the sake of the brevity, I just wanted to mention like only these 3 areas, but if you have like follow-up questions, I would be very happy to address. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gamba. It's always good to hear that the World Bank is, helping in new developments and important ones like consumer protection, Solvency II, and similar areas. I think what I hear right now is that consumer protection is critical for development. Basically, you have to hear complaints if you want to develop the market. That's very important. Not to the IAIS principles, I think we identified when we did the analysis that it's necessary to improve the capital regime, and Solvency II is, of course, one way to go. What's important, I guess, is to have a capital that reflects the risks. And in every market, in every country, the risk might be different, at a different level, different calibration. And I would like to hear from our team, Oliver Wyman, the experience that the company has had in introducing globally Solvency II in other markets. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rodolfo. I'd like to thank the organizers, first of all, for providing this important opportunity to share our experience with this important audience. I'll be brief, just a couple of words about our experience in this area that I'll be covering today. So, we, Oliver Wyman, were closely assisting the insurance sector and the regulators in Europe along the entire journey of developing Solvency II. And this is a journey that is not yet complete. There's some important reforms taking place as part of Solvency II, so we can't say that Solvency II is an endpoint. It's a journey. It's a long-term journey, despite the fact that it was introduced back in 2016. Initially, we also work closely with regulators in a number of other countries, which are working on a similar task to introduce risk-oriented supervision. So the insurance sector, some regulators chose their own approach there. We worked in parallel, therefore, on Solvency II, but also working with the regulator in Bermuda that does not use Solvency II, but their own in-house developed approach. So we closely supported the regulator there in that process, and we continue working with the regulators in other jurisdictions that use Solvency II as the overall foundation for their approach. We also have quite a detailed understanding of the industry specifics, what it means for the insurers. We work with pretty much all the major insurance groups in continental Europe and Britain, as well as with the key players in other jurisdictions. I mean, those players that are focusing on the transition, on integrating the new approach to regulation to their strategies, to the way they conduct business and manage risks. Before we go to look at the subject matter, to the main findings, the main conclusions that we have, I would like to say a couple words, give you a little bit of background, and remind you what are the key principles of Solvency II. I literally have 2 slides on that. So please allow me to give you a short overview of what we believe is important about Solvency II. Solvency II is thousands and thousands of pages overall, formulating the overall principles, requirements, and guidelines on this 3-tiered approach to regulation. Lots of requirements, obviously, but what is behind it is quite a clear system. It's not a simple system, but it's a clear regulatory framework for regulating insurance that goes far beyond just the capital requirements. It addresses a number of other very important things. So I think it starts with the middle of the slide, the pillar 2, identifying risks, in other words, in the broadest sense, and then ensuring end-to-end cycle of managing those risks, from identifying them first, then measuring them, managing and mitigation them, and then starting the cycle all over again to further improve operations. Some of those risks are to be quantified, but some of the other risks, for some of the other risks, the approach is qualitative. Still, it is also an integral part of the Solvency II framework. We're starting with pillar 1 first. As I said, this is based on the economic assessment of the risks. This is the economic balance sheet for insurance companies, which is different from the regulatory balance sheet, from the IFRS balance sheet. This is about an economic assessment of the risks that are faced by a particular insurer. This is about available capital, related requirements. There are other issues also related to disclosure, which is quite straightforward. Disclosing information, I mean, for both the regulator, but also to the market. But we also have supervisory foundations here, which is also very important, because introducing this kind of an approach to solvency means that you need to revise and review and revise some of the fundamental things related to solvency. Therefore, a large chunk of Solvency II is about that, exactly what are the potential consequences for licensing the insurance activity, what are the consequences when the requirements are not met for the different solvency indicators, but also it is about the market players being prepared for this, for these kinds of situations, for restoring solvency. And this is also related to consumer rights protection, the so-called prudent personal principle that is related directly to behavioral issues, making decisions by insurers that are in line with the best interests of the beneficiaries, of the policyholders. To be concise, it is objectively a new framework for prudential regulation and supervision in the insurance sector. I'd also like to note that different countries select different approaches when it comes to risk-oriented regulation. As mentioned, some of the countries are developing their own regimes from scratch, depending on the size of the insurance sector, the context of the insurance sector, like the United States, Switzerland, Bermuda as well. They had their own set of issues that necessitated, in their eyes, the development of their own approach. But for other countries, especially the ones that are more recent in terms of starting this journey towards risk-oriented supervision and regulation for insurance, for them, Solvency II is a foundation. They treat it as a toolkit, quite a complex toolkit, quite a detailed toolkit, and they develop their own adapted version that suits their context. That is commensurate in terms of complexity with their market, and it also that also meets the priorities of the country, of the insurance sector, and the economic development priorities for the country. So this is the approach in the Republic of Kazakhstan. It's part of the overall framework, the concept of development of the financial sector in the country. So after this kind of a theoretical overview, I hope I haven't bored you too much with that. So I will move to the main lessons learned and the results. I'd like to focus on the 5 elements here that you see on the slide. The journey that when it comes to implementing Solvency II is depicted on the slide. The different stages are depicted on the slide. Developing Solvency II regulations it took 10 years, and the Bermuda regulator also took them about the same time to develop their own detailed principles. So as part of this journey, especially or even at the last stage, the implementation, still in 2016, it became clear that the low interest rates are not addressed as well as they should have been, because it was developed when the interest rates were high. So that requires additional attention, which has major potential impacts on the entire life insurance industry in Germany, for example, and the insurance markets in a number of other countries. So a number of steps, a number of adjustments have been made to make sure that you take into account the long-term life insurance properly. Some of the other changes of that nature are taking place as we speak. Solvency II is being reformed in Britain, in parallel also in the EU. So it's an ongoing process. But the positive thing is that Solvency II provides you a comprehensive framework, as I mentioned, that you can then adjust as you go. Another important conclusion is as follows. This is a regulation based on a set of principles. We often juxtapose them. Rules-based regulation, which is very, very strict, etc., or a regulation based on principles is sort of the other alternative. This is important to mention in regard to Solvency II. For some of the things, more detailed instructions would have probably benefited the market. We see that the approaches, even in the different EU member states, could be different at the level of the national regulators. So this is something that was an added sort of layer of complexity for the regulators, slowing their progress. Another important thing is building competencies, building the capacity to make sure that the market can handle such a complex approach to regulation. That means that the regulators, among other stakeholders, should be ready for that as well, should have adequate capacity. Moving on to the second stage, which is expedite development of risk management and supervisory dialogue. This is very important for the sector as a whole. I think a key illustration there could be the following. The major insurance groups in Europe, all of the leadership is using the language of Solvency II, the board level, risk management, own funds, generating own funds, SCR requirements. So all of the key terms, all of the concepts that are part of Solvency II are used at the senior management level. And restoring solvency, that is clear to the leadership now of the insurers. That was quite an organic process. It works quite well for the boards, for development, implementing the strategies for the insurers. And investors are also starting to use this language. They're already using it quite broadly. So that's a positive development as well. Against that background, there's a whole industry now of risk professionals in insurance that we now have. It is important to emphasize also that this kind of an evolution of the overall philosophy for the market as a whole opened up new opportunities for the supervisors, for the regulators, in terms of a more targeted approach to identifying systemic risks and a more targeted approach to any gaps that the market may have or the individual insurers may have in the market. I can give an example. For example, the regulator in the Netherlands back in 2022 and 23 focused on issues related to increased inflation and the potential impact on the insurance sector. This is quite a targeted, a narrowly defined issue, but as part of Solvency II, you are able to do that. The regulator is able to quite clearly define those issues and for the insurers to respond, how they're responding to the risks associated with the rising inflation in the Eurozone. So it's about new opportunities, about a more professional dialogue at a higher expertise level between the regulator and the supervisor and the insurers. To save some time, I'll briefly focus on two other things. As part of this approach, there's, and this is stage 3 on the slide, there's a redistribution of capital and innovation related to this new approach, new philosophy in terms of return on capital. It is important to note that it became a driver for substantial innovation in the insurance market as well. And thanks to the added level of transparency brought on by Solvency II, in terms of risk management, identifying risks, it opened up new opportunities, for example, in life insurance. You can see it in Europe, in Britain, as well as in other jurisdictions, in Bermuda, for example. The range of assets in which insurers are investing is substantially broader now, because the insurers were able to explain both to themselves and also to their shareholders and also to the regulators that they are indeed capable of properly assessing the risks associated with those assets and to manage them properly, professionally, meaning that there's now a broader range of solutions that life insurers, for example, can offer to their policyholders in Europe, which makes those offerings more competitive compared to solutions offered by banks or asset managers, for instance. And they fully take advantage of the fact that the insurance companies are able to invest long term, able to make money on premium for liquidity. Focusing on
just last minute.
A more transparent market in terms of risk management makes it more attractive for the international reinsurance capital, but it also provides the companies at the national level to start working internationally and do it more openly. And it also allows the regulators, the supervisors, to work more effectively with supervisors from other countries. And the very last item, against this whole background, what we observe is a healthy growth in the capitalization for the sector. On the one hand, the capital requirements in Europe are more stringent, are higher, but the level of available funds in the insurance sector grew at the pace that was twice as fast. So it means that the investors continue to believe that the sector is important, and they continue to make funds available to the sector. Thank you very much.
Words on Solvency II. I think Solvency II is not new for Kazakhstan. Actually, the agency started a first impact analysis on Solvency II 2018. It was an initial exercise, and of course they identify several gaps. But that was 6 years ago, so I believe the market has evolved and it's closer to be ready to use Solvency II. Now, Solvency II in Europe took from 2009 to 2016, 7 years to be implemented. Not only because it's complicated, but for two reasons. One, there are many countries belonging to Europe, and as such, you had to compromise in several areas, get agreement. When you develop something similar to Solvency II in a country, it's much, much easier. Second is because the markets there are so complex. There are a lot of embedded guarantees. They are very close to financial products, which you don't see here in Kazakhstan. That's why, I would like to take a bit of the fear of the industry and the agency by implementing a Solvency II. Also, contrasting with the International Association of Supervisors, the principles, the core principles of supervision, there are two aspects that I would like to highlight. One, you need a proportionate regulation, proportionate supervision. This means the risk should be, the supervision should go against the risk that you see in the market. And Kazakhstan is a very simple market. They don't have too complex products. So it shouldn't be such a difficult task. What I believe is more difficult is implementing IFRS 17, which is a very important step to achieve the third pillar, disclosure transparency in the balance sheets, in the way the profits come out in the insurance business. And also very important to highlight in favor of the agency, they have implemented already several years ago a risk profiling tool to analyze the risk that is in the system. So now I think it's a small step towards achieving compliance with the IAIS core principles. Maybe not with European Solvency II, but fully compliance with the objectives of supervision. Now we have a few minutes, and I would like to ask Maria, please share with us what's the status of development or the plans for the agency to implement risk-based capital or something close to Solvency II. Please, 5 minutes.
Rodolfo, you're absolutely correct. IFRS 17 is the first of the most important, the most crucial task that will enable us to get to the next stage of the overall implementation of Solvency II. So Solvency II will follow once we're ready with IFRS 17, and the approach is based on the overall concept framework development document for the financial markets until 2030, our national strategy. What we're currently focusing on is the preliminary assessment of the things that we need to put in place in order to implement Solvency II. The objective, the task is quite difficult for us, but also for the sector. We shouldn't exaggerate how complex it is, but we shouldn't underestimate the complexity either. It's a long process. It's about complying with new important requirements when it comes to capital, and it will require a more detailed risk assessment. That requires a higher level of expertise among the insurers, and it requires important efforts by the regulator as well. And this is something that should be done gradually and should be based on a clear plan. And then it will later on will depend on the risks that the insurers will take on, depending on their individual level of capital, their level of expertise, and later on, proper calibration of Solvency II requirements in Kazakhstan. This is also a process that will be gradual.
Well, it is now a task to introduce the Solvency II immediately. Well, there will be a roadmap developed, which will imply gradual introduction of separate or different principles of Solvency II, and implies the gradual increase of capital as well as gradual increase of risk in insurance companies. So actually, it's nonetheless important that the insurance companies will have to change their investment strategy. Well, I had a question to Oliver Wyman company, to the representative of the company, on how the requirements to managing the provisions, the investment provisions actually will have to be changed at insurance companies. What am I trying to say? Well, you saw how they have introduced the banking sector. There's a gradual work that needs to be, that requires the strengthening of the expertise by the professionals. And that's one. Secondly, no one wants to destabilize the market, and therefore the main aspect here will be to gradually introduce and to provide to the companies of the time to adapt to all these new changes and challenges. This is probably the basic and the most important principle that the agency will apply when implementing these principles. So if you allow me, I would like to address my question to Artyom. So how should the investment strategy of the insurance companies change? Thank you. That's a very good question. And I would like to kind of back it up with an example of what happened at the balance of key insurance that work in the Insolvency II mode today. The approaches to investments are predetermined by the competences, by the risk management competences for a separate class of assets, as well as the cumulative risk of the company's balance sheets. With the help of the supervising authority, they were able to actually expand the list of assets where they invest now. If you look at the British examples, up to 50% of the assets are private assets or private equity. These are not traded assets. And this is something that allowed them earn with the liquidity premium and come up with higher profitability for their clients to make their products more attractive for the clients and also help the national economy. Because up to 10% of these 50%, well, 10 with the largest players actually, is the investment in the national infrastructure. They can afford doing that based on the risk analysis. And then, therefore, they can help the country develop economically. Also, about 10 to 15% are the investment in mortgage stock, meaning the life insurance actually are equal or kind of on par players when it comes to mortgage lending. And also it is an attractive business. And they create their own organizations which issue this loan. So actually, this is an illustration of the potential directions where this risk-based approach, a kind of managed risk-based approach, can take you to, based on understanding of the risk and based on a very close dialogue between the players of the sector and the supervisory authority.
That was a good response. One criticism we made to Solvency II in, I think, 2018 was they had a transition period to upload certain assets in UK, precisely, over 25 years. So the companies had 25 years to dispose those assets, which were costing a lot of capital. I don't think that's going to be the case in Kazakhstan. So don't. Actually, instead of Solvency II, my preference is now the Chinese C-ROSS II. Why? Because if a company manages risk well, they are compensated in holding less capital. This is not the case in Solvency II. So C-ROSS might be an interesting area to explore for Kazakhstan. Now, a final word for Yelena representing the market. Do you believe the market is ready for transitioning into Solvency II or a very strict new supervisory regime? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we don't have any way out but to do this. Our Kazakh market, Kazakhstan, from the start was based on international standards. And if today's international standard is Solvency II, then we have left with nothing but to follow the standard. However, there are opportunities as well. We've mentioned the expanding the structure of the assets and the real transformation of insurance companies into institutional investors that they are already by de facto. Then through the mechanism Solvency II, we can access that kind of opportunity. And that will also contribute to the overall development of the market, will help increase profitability, will attract investors to the market of insurance products. And as had been mentioned earlier, the insurance premiums grew comparatively to GDP, and I think we could do similar things thanks to this.
Encouraging words. I would like to thank the panelists for this fantastic explanation of the development of the market. Thank you very much.
Спасибо всем участникам за
Thank you,
мнения и
all the
доводы.
participants, for your
Дамы и
opinions,
господа,
for your
а
arguments.
теперь
Well,
мы
ladies and
приглашаем
gentlemen,
вас
now I
на
would like to
кофе-брейк.
invite you to a coffee break.
До встречи в
See
11:10
you
в нашем
at
зале.
11:10 back in this hall. Thank you.
Раз, раз. Раз, раз.
Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы.
Уважаемые участники, просим зайти в зал. Хотим начать вторую панельную сессию.
Distinguished participants, we're ready to start the next panel session. Please proceed to the auditorium.
Уважаемые участники, мы начинаем вторую
Well,
часть
dear participants, we'll be
нашей панельной
starting
дискуссии.
the second part of our panel discussion, or session number 2.
Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Уважаемые участники, переходим к следующему докладу. Тема «Индивидуальная оценка риска землетрясений для Казахстана». Спикер Армин Хаджич, Quake Risk, представитель компании Howden Re. Он расскажет о методах оценки сейсмических рисков и их влиянии на страховой рынок Казахстана, а также представит международный опыт управления этими рисками. Попрошу поприветствовать докладчика.
Well-renowned conference and forum. My name is Armin Hadžić. I'm a divisional director for broking for treaty business within Howden Group, namely within Howden Re, which is a reinsurance division of Howden Group. Together with me, I have colleagues Miroslav Hrnčir, who is our flood modeling expert. He's a lead researcher within Howden Re, and he's also heading Central Eastern Europe and CIS analytics in respect of catastrophe risks. And as well, we have Matthias Raschke, who is joining us from Germany. Matthias, with his 30 years of experience working within different reinsurance companies and as independent model builder, has a unique set of building earthquake models and other models for other perils from scratch. So they will show the technical part of this presentation. I would just like to briefly kick out with who we are. We are Howden Group, one of the largest insurance and reinsurance brokers. So we place over 38 billion of US dollars written premium annually, and we have now around 19,000 employees. We are also the fastest growing broker globally, which is heavily investing into new products, new developments, and thus giving a premium level of service to our clients. Maybe just a little bit about Howden Re on the reinsurance side. So we are part of Howden Re Treaty, which you can see in the upper left-hand side. Basically, we offer multi-class expertise across all lines of business, and we have international collaboration across analytics, claims management, and broking. That builds onto the facultative team, which exists for a number of years in London, and which is the largest London facultative broker. And then we have, going to the right bottom part of the slide, we have the largest MGA capacity building team. And on the left bottom side, we see that we have the Howden Capital Market Advisory, which is basically in-house group of 20 investment banking colleagues who are focused only on insurance and reinsurance. And one of the things that we offer as well is cat bond structuring and book running. We are the fastest growing and one of the leading teams in that field as well. Other things which they do is capital raising and general strategic advice, ILS as well. Basically now I would like to hand over to Miroslav. Miroslav and Matthias will go more in details through our technical part of cat risk, of model building. And just to summarize why we are here, we think that in Kazakhstan there's a huge gap. Basically, there's no proper earthquake model. There's no full risk model for earthquake, and it's the most severe peril for a country of 20 million people. We believe that it's worth, now is the time to invest into that and to build this new model potentially over the next 12 to 16 months. So thank you, Miroslav, please, if you may continue.
Thank you, Armin, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We at Howden Re Analytics have invested significantly into people and technology over the past years to be able to offer you, our clients and prospective clients, the full range of analytical services related to the natural catastrophes. Starting on the top and going anti-clockwise, We have developed tools for portfolio insight and accumulation management. Our financial modeling tools can help you understand how different reinsurance options would influence your capital position, for example. Our underwriting support tools could help you, for example, with the natural catastrophe tariffication. And in case of a natural catastrophe event, we can provide timely post-event loss assessments. But really, the core of our offerings is the view of risk analytics. And what do we mean by that? We analyze our clients' portfolios, apply them against catastrophe models to produce loss estimates. And based on these loss estimates, together with the actuaries, we design effective reinsurance programs. For this purpose, we license almost all the available vendor models. But as Armin mentioned, if there is a gap on the market and there is a materiality to our business, we also develop models. And on the next slide, I will explain our approach. We do believe that global solutions that are transferred from one region to another is not the best fit for purpose approach. Our approach stands on 3 pillars: local data, local knowledge, and local experience. And we are lucky that we have got now Matthias Raschke on board, who is the quake risk model development lead, who has got local experience in Central Asia region. In the table, you can see key components of probabilistic catastrophe models. You can see that there are 4 components. The first one is hazard. Hazard component is describing where you may experience earthquakes, how frequently you may experience earthquakes, and how severe they can be. In order to build a fit-for-purpose hazard model, you need to consider the regional seismic hazard models and also the regional conditions in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia, for example, sediment basins, earthquakes induced by gas production. But it doesn't stop with the hazard module. You also need the exposure module describing where is your exposure. In order to build this module, you need to review and include the local information about the geography of building stock, particularly when it comes to the residential buildings. The third key element is the vulnerability, describing the potential ranges of losses, where you also need to include all the individual vulnerability model, not just one transferred from another territory. And maybe the most important element in the model is the validation part, where you try to assess if the model matches the reality, if it's in line with your experience and with your research. And based on this approach, which I just described, we released the quake risk model for Western Balkan, for former Yugoslavia countries. So quake risk, it's not just a theoretical concept, it's a proven concept. And using this example, the quake risk model for Western Balkan, my colleague Matthias will now describe the model build process in a bit more detail.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miroslav. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the pleasure and honor to present you my modeling. And here I show you just the timeline of quake risk. The start is 20 years ago. There was different users in the reinsurance and insurance industry. The update 2017 was driven by a scientific model for the seismic hazard for Europe, ESHM 2013. And it was focused on Slovenia, but also applied to other countries in the Balkan region. And the last update from this year was initiated, or was the users asked it for, because the last earthquakes in Croatia 2020, and there was also an update of the seismic hazard model ESHM 20. And yeah, this I think is enough for the overview of history. Here I show you just as a schema all the elements of the model building process. Don't be afraid that I have tried to explain every element, because it's too much for such a presentation and we would get lost in the details. What I want to illustrate is that we try to consider as much information as possible and to try to validate the model in different steps. For instance, in the hazard modeling is validated, but also the final risk modeling is validated, and we do it because you know that there is little information about economic damage, insured damage from earthquakes in some public information sources. Therefore, we try to estimate at first the risk for physical building damage, and there are much more information to validate this item. Okay. And here are the components which was already mentioned by Miroslav. The hazard model, I integrated the ESHM 20 model, but not only integrated, I also validated these elements, and I was also in communication with the authors of this model, because some questions arise for some details. And furthermore, I considered the local earthquake intensity, the shaking intensity. I measured, or I used to measure macroseismic intensity. Here's the European macroseismic scale. In Central Asia, the MSK scale, Medvedev Spono-Karnik scale is more in use, but this varies. The scales are very similar. And I also considered the soil amplification, also called side effects, similar to the ESHM 20 model. And the exposure model is based on different data sources, building census, and so on, and also a population grid with a relatively good resolution. And last but not least, the vulnerability is based on the approach of the European macroseismic scale. This includes some definitions of damage states and as the assignment of vulnerability classes according to the construction types. And I consider in this, oh, it's okay. Yeah, thank you. What is one different to the classical vendor models is that we provide also the hazard maps. And here at the left-hand side, I show you hazard maps for different return periods, 50 years, 100 years, 470 years. The last is sorry. The last is very important for the building code. And I also show you the hazard maps for quake risk 17 and quake risk 24. There are differences, and all these differences are caused by the update of the seismicity hazard model ESHM 17 to ESHM 20. At the right-hand side, I show you one of the most important product of the model development, the risk curve for the physical building damage states. For instance, the dark green line is the number of buildings which suffer a damage state 1 or higher. Damage state 1 is very little damage, it's not very important, but the brown line is the damage state 5, complete collapse. Red is partial collapse and complete collapse. And what is the advantage of this risk curve? We can compare it with the damage history. For instance, for Slovenia, the Friuli earthquake was likely the most damaging earthquake in the last 100 years. There was around 10,000 damaged buildings. And according to our modeling, a return period for 10,000 damaged residential buildings, only residential buildings, is around 35 years. And this is a good indication that the model is probably not too optimistic, rather conservative. And this we have done with all the countries in the Balkan region, and we would and could do it for Central Asia too. As this is also in line with research approaches here in Central Asia, which applies macroseismic intensity scales and also collect a lot of data regarding such damage states. Thank you, and I think Miroslav, the last.
I will wrap it up briefly. I think we're running out of time already. So basically, what we would like to highlight is the comment to the bottom as well. Differentiator from other models, vendor commercial models, are that we actually provide hazard maps, risk curves for damage states, and we want to involve really local stakeholders and institutions in the whole process. So that is our advantage. And maybe I just, last but not least, is to summarize the benefits of having a full probabilistic local earthquake model in line with cat risk mitigation or protection. And starting from the left is basically to the local insurance companies, to the local clients, as we call them. It allows monitoring of earthquake exposure and what impacts it has on the capital solvency and how to relieve that capital solvency if needed. Second from the left is used for local institutions. Local governments, regulators can also model their exposure. We saw, for example, in Zagreb 4 years ago that the earthquakes had severe effects also on the government and on the state budget. So this model can provide the output for that. Third point is earthquake underwriting. So to the local underwriters and the insurance companies, this would allow to have better tariffication across different regions, so that not the same tariff is used all over the country, and this would be based on the postal codes. So quite granular, I would like to say. And last but not least, rating advisory support. AM Best and other rating agencies accept this model. We already worked with reinsurers from Slovenia and from Serbia. Once RMS and VRisk basically blocked access to the more detailed data, then Quake Risk was used actually to reconfirm the risk assessment for those clients. And why it's important to have a model and why we think that the whole market should engage and we're happy to work together is basically through the traditional reinsurance capacity as one of the options. We believe that still it would be the easiest and the quickest and the cheapest way to basically relieve Kazakhstan society from the earthquake risk and the local insurers actually to relieve their capital. Alternative, of course, is a cat bond, as Mr. Jambal well said, but for cat bonds, you need commercial vendor models, which for Kazakhstan, unfortunately, are non-existent at the moment. It takes longer to set up. The cost is higher. It's around $1.5 million to set up a cat bond. We have in-house experience, but without a model, cat bond is not competitively priced or will not be priced on the open market at all. And we believe that with our model, actually, we could provide a solution for that. To wrap up, in respect of flood, basically we have some other solutions, but this is other topic. And if you would like, to get in touch with us, because this was very brief demo, please contact us. We are very happy to set up a follow-up meeting. Thank you very much.
Переходим ко второй сессии нашего
Let's
форума.
move on to the second session of our forum.
Переходим ко второй сессии нашего форума.
We're starting the second session
Мы
of our
поговорим о
forum.
страховании
We will
катастрофических
discuss
рисков, которые
insuring
представляют
catastrophic risks,
серьезную угрозу для
which are a
экономики и
significant threat
благосостояния
for the
населения.
economy and for the well-being of
Международные
the
эксперты
population.
поделятся своим
International
опытом
experts
и
will
лучшими
share their
практиками по
experience and best
управлению такими
practices
рисками,
when it comes to
включая
managing such
стихийные
risks,
бедствия, климатические
including
изменения
natural
и
disasters,
техногенные
climate change,
катастрофы.
and man-made
Участники
disasters.
обсудят подходы к
The
оценке
participants of the session will
катастрофических
discuss various
рисков,
approaches to
механизмы
assessment of
перестрахования,
catastrophic
а
risks,
также роль
insurance mechanisms,
государственно-частного
as well
партнерства в
as the
создании
role of
устойчивых
public-private
страховых решений.
partnerships in order to develop
Особое внимание
sustainable
будет уделено
insurance
вопросам
solutions.
разработки
Special attention
стратегий
will be also
страхования
paid to the development
катастрофических
of
рисков
the
и
strategy
возможностям
for
их
ensuring catastrophic
адаптации в
risks
контексте
and
Казахстана.
being able to adapt them to Kazakhstan's context. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am moderating the session. My name is Pavel Rudensky. And I'd like to invite our speakers, Rodolfo, Francisco, Jean-Pierre, Alexandra, as well as Ali. And I would like to, while the speakers are joining us, I would like to say a couple words by way of a general introduction. A couple words about the format of the session now. As V.I. Lenin once said, we will take a different approach, meaning that we will have the speakers make their presentations first. This will be the first part of the session, followed by the second part, which is the actual panel discussion, where you will have a chance to ask questions to our distinguished speakers. This includes, obviously, questions from the audience. We also invited to the panel session 2 more guests, a representative of the insurance supervision, as well as a representative of the Ministry for Emergency Situations. I see that Ali is joining us as well. Therefore, let us begin this session. I'd like to note that speakers have 15 minutes each for their presentations. Please also bear in mind that one of our speakers has to go to the airport soon, so please respect the time limits. We'll have Rodolfo's presentation first, followed by Jean-Pierre, then Francisca, Alexandra, and then Ali, in that order, if you do not mind. So we'll start our session now. Rodolfo, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Very happy to share with you some of the international experience when you set up a disaster risk insurance scheme. So let us just slide. Next. Oh, I have here, yes. Yeah, this one. Okay. So let me start by indicating that insurance, disaster risk insurance, is only one component of a disaster risk financing strategy. A country has to have a way to finance disasters, and there are different instruments to do that. Insurance is only one of them. The agency has been entrusted to develop a scheme, an insurance for disaster risk. We have been working for several months now, and I'm sure Yelena will share with you some of the thoughts. At this stage, I'd like to show you that the approach of disaster risk insurance depends very much on the conditions of the country. Basically, the macroeconomic conditions and the development and penetration of insurance. In countries where people are used to buy insurance, and you will hear the examples of France, Spain, you will see that people buy insurance, they need insurance, they are aware of the risk. Then it's much easier to look for a public solution, a private sector solution for those cases. People already are aware of the risks and they want to protect themselves. Also, the market is well developed, meaning that they have solvency, levels of solvency, of capital, model, products that can provide tailor-made solutions. Now, of course, if the budget of the country is very high, the government can also subsidize some premiums as well as create some insurance schemes, especially for areas that the insurance sector cannot or is not willing to take. You will hear in France there are flood regions where no private sector will be able to insure. California earthquake is another example. Florida, where I live, hurricanes, that's also a challenging risk for private sector. So if the size, frequency of the events are manageable by the private sector, which is, the case in many countries. We have here some examples, EU, Chile, earthquakes there. Then the response is basically done by the private sector. And the private sector has a well-established insurance and reinsurance scheme. Let me give you an example. In Chile, there was 2010 a major earthquake. A lot of insurance, 30% of the property was locally insured, but of the losses, 98% was reinsured outside the country. That was quite impressive to see that the money from outside was flowing for reconstruction of the earthquakes. Now, very important is also enforcement of building codes. Building codes are designed to withstand earthquakes. We heard from the people Howden right before this presentation that you need to understand vulnerability. Vulnerability depends on the building code. If you don't trust your building code, you are in difficulties to develop a well-sound insurance, catastrophic insurance. So that's very critical to understand the building codes and the enforcement of the building codes. Now what happens in the case of extreme events? Extreme events, I mentioned floods in certain areas in France, earthquakes in California, earthquakes in Japan. Then the government tries to supplement the lack of private sector products. They have to do this, otherwise the price will be extremely expensive or they could not afford to buy this type of insurance. And the way this is structured usually is a public-private partnership. You need the expertise from the private sector, you need support and subsidies from the public sector. And of course, because the dimension is so big, you also need to involve the capital markets. There are different instruments that investors buy basically to diversify their financial risk and take some insurance risk. Governments issue cat bonds, catastrophic bonds, but also insurance companies. Instead of having reinsurance, for instance, in Japan, several insurance companies issue bonds that protect the balance sheet in case of earthquakes. Now, let's move into Kazakhstan and similar countries. What happens there? Insurance is not very popular, it's not well known, it's not accepted, and as such, if you don't diversify the risk, you have to charge more. So price is high as well. Kazakhstan, I believe there are some earthquake insurance, but only, if the statistics are right, 8% of the properties are insured in Kazakhstan against catastrophic risk. Earthquake, sorry. Flood, the recent floods, there was no insurance for these people suffering that, so the government had to chip in and pay a lot of money. Not only the government, but also business people were supporting the reconstruction of this catastrophic event. Now, what are the challenges here? Of course, low demand. Low demand is a major issue because you cannot diversify risk, as I said. People are not aware. Thank God, earthquakes don't happen very regularly, so that you think, oh, this is wasted money. Challenge for governments to buy insurance for infrequent events is that every year they have to justify why they pay the premium. Parliament has no limited knowledge about insurance, how it works. You're paying for protection, a peace of mind, but if nothing happens, people think, oh, I wasted money, why are we doing this? So these are the major challenges here. And the other one is, of course, you have to develop a standard product. Standard product for everybody. You can imagine, at the end, nobody's happy. You know, they say it's too little money and it doesn't cover my expenses. So there are several challenges. And we will hear from Turkey. We have a speaker here. Turkey, Morocco, they have these systems where you have, that standard product in a country where low demand is in place. Now, we studied before engaging in understanding a scheme for Kazakhstan. We look, I think, at, 10 models, global models, and we found common problems. And of course, the advantage of doing this after many people have done the same exercise is that you can learn from mistakes, try to correct them, find solutions. First point is compliance and enforcement. You see, in countries with low insurance penetration, mandatory insurance is critical. But mandatory insurance that has to be enforced, and that's a challenge. You will hear, if the culture of insurance is very low, you have to enforce this. And there are methods to do that. Just a short story, in Germany, they introduced the seatbelt as safety. They say they made a lot of advertisement. Why is this important? After 1 year, only 10% of the people were wearing the belt. So they decided to issue fines. Then 99% of the people are wearing now seatbelts. So people react differently depending on the society. So the methods to enforce is critical. Then you have to deal with the disappointment of the benefit. You have to have some link to the value of the house. And most important is you have to explain. If you pay a premium that is low, you cannot expect to have your house repaired. You cannot. But you have to communicate this. You have to advertise. You say, look, this mandatory insurance is good for the average low-income people. It's not good for you that you have a nice house. You have to buy voluntary insurance. You really need to complement your mandatory protection. And that's how you develop the market as well. Government is entering with mandatory social insurance, but many people will need the voluntary insurance. Cost. The cost is also very important. With climate change, floods are increasing, fires due to droughts are increasing. Nobody knows the effect of climate change on earthquake, but landslide probably is going to increase, avalanches and all that. So you have to have a methodology to have cost elements. How do you do this? You use technology. You have to use a lot of new technologies to settle claims, to underwrite, to have dynamic models and the like. Sustainability, we have seen many projects. They introduce a small pilot, they subsidize full premium, and then they leave. What's the result? People stop paying. You usually see this in agriculture. Acceptance, dialogue, explanation. And also, very important, you have to pay claims. You have to pay constantly claims. Don't issue an insurance that pays claims only every 10 years, because people will forget the benefit of that. And also, when there is a claim, don't say the scheme paid the claim. Don't say the insurance paid the claim. Say, with the money of all your neighbors, we were able to support the affected people. And, well, you try to reduce government costs. You transfer part of the responsibility to the people. But here it's very important that the government understands and communicates that they will not cover everything. It's the responsibility of the people. In USA, it's very clear, the insurance, if you're not insured, the government will not pay. So you better buy your insurance. And if you don't have a lot of volume, like in the case of Kazakhstan, reinsurance is very expensive. And if there is one event, say in the Pacific or in the Caribbean, the international reinsurance price will go very high, even though nothing happened here. And you need reinsurance, so it's going to be very expensive or a high dependency on international prices. So you have to create a scheme that accumulates funds, that creates volume, so that you depend less on international reinsurance. And finally, if an insurance company sells some catastrophic insurance, that's not going to be their core business. So they're not going to invest in developing technology, innovative products, new modeling. But if you have a dedicated insurer to looking at disaster risk, then they will have the energy, the focus, and the funds to develop innovative products and use high developed technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rodolfo, for this interesting presentation and general overview on how to solve the problems in regards of nat cat risks in different countries. And now I would like to pass the word to Jean-Pierre, please.
Okay. This one? Forward. Okay, fine. Right, thank you. Okay. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the phone and to thank Pavel for this invitation, which gives me the opportunity to see a view of Almaty. And now I would like to tell you a few words about a natural catastrophe system which we have in France. First of all, a few figures about the French market. Remember that we are 57 million inhabitants, so we are a relatively large population, which explain that the figures that you can see here are quite important in respect with other markets. You see that we have 37 million houses in France. We have then the premiums of 12 billions for only the insurance of these private houses. Property and businesses, 7 billion euros. I'm always speaking in euros, of course. And motor casco are for 60% of the cars are insured in casco. Theoretically, 100% are insured in liability. But casco is 60-65% of the market, and this represents 60 billion euros in premiums. If you look at the basis of the French system, in the French Constitution, you have this sentence which says that the nation proclaims the solidarity and equality of all French people in front of the burden resulting from natural calamities. You have this sentence, but this is the French Constitution in 1958, and you have to wait until 1982 to have a law which sets up the French system of natural catastrophes. The idea is that it is a compulsory insurance. Everybody, every institution, every company has to be insured against natural catastrophes. That's a very important point. The cost, says the law, must be affordable. So if we come back to what Rodolfo says, the cost has to be spread all over the population, and the state has to secure the system. We'll come back to that at the end. But one very important point of the French system is that the French state, in the last extent, would be the ultimate payer in case of a very important catastrophe. The rate is the same for all type of risk, and the premium is an additional premium to an existing policy. Again, that's a point which Rodolfo has mentioned. It's very important to have a premium which in fact is a small premium. It has to be added to an already existing contract, and that's the case in France. The premium is 20% of the premium of fire insurance. And to be clear, in France, but again in Spain, you will see, we do not have, at least for homeowner policies, we do not have fire insurance. We have homeowner policies which covers fire, of course, but water damages, liability, glass breaking, a lot of other risks. So it's not only fire, and the premium is, this 20% is on this premium. It's an additional premium. When the system started, that could be interesting, when the system started in 82, the additional premium was 5.6% of the premium. Now, 45 years later, we have 20%. It will be 20% in 25. So you can see that the premium has been multiplied by 5 in 40 years. That's interesting. We have, in motor insurance, the premium is lower. You have deductibles which are set up by law. I mean, the premium, sorry, I didn't mention that, but the premium is set up by the state. The deductibles are again set up by the state, and you can see that for private risk, 380 euros as a fixed deductible, it's more important for corporations. One point very important, when I mean very important, it does not mean that it is a good system. At least it's a system we have in France, so it will be interesting because you will compare in a minute with the Spanish system, which is different. You can choose in between the two systems. But in France, we do not have a list. The law doesn't set up a list of what is a natural catastrophe. A natural catastrophe, according to the law, it's a risk which cannot be insured on the French market. The good example is floods. You don't find an insurance company ready to insure floods if the house is close to a river. I mean, it's a typical adverse selection. So in France, you cannot insure floods, at least for your house. So you don't have a list of natural catastrophes. So what happens with the time? That the list of the risks which are covered has increased. And this explains why the premium, which was 5 something 45 years ago, it's now going up to 20. But the main risks are obviously floods. In France, we are lucky we do not have serious earthquakes. I think that the last time we had was somebody killed by an earthquake was at the beginning of the 20th century, 1910, 19 something. So we do not have serious earthquakes in France, but we have floods. We have a risk which in English it is called subsidence. I don't know if you're aware of that, but for our country it's a very serious problem. When the weather is becoming very dry, which happens with the change of the climate, the clay shrinks. I don't know if it's the right word, but I'm sure you understand what I mean. The clay shrinks, and if you have a house which has been built on the clay, the house has problem. And this is called, in English, subsidence. And this risk is very, very important in France due to the change in the climate. We have avalanches because, as you know, we have mountains and sometimes the snow goes down. These are the main risks. One point important, the storms, which in other countries can be considered as a natural catastrophe, are not seen as a natural catastrophe, again, following the law, because they are covered in insurance. When you underwrite a fire insurance in France, you have to include for your customers the risk of storms. So it is never, a storm can be very, 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 very strong. It will never be a natural catastrophe. It will be paid by the traditional insurance companies. The French system is based, again, you will see that's the difference with Spain, it's based on a private and public cooperation. The French companies are collecting this 20% premium, they are paying the claims, but at the end, they can be reinsured by a public reinsurance company, which is called CCR, which stands for Caisse Centrale de Réassurance, which is a state-owned company. So, one point, collaboration between private and obviously the risk has to be insured. If the risk is not insured, obviously there will be no coverage. The private companies which are collecting the premiums can, if they wish, opt to private reinsurance. De facto, they don't. De facto, 97% of the French companies reinsure the catastrophic risk to this public reinsurance company. So that's an interesting point. The companies do not look for a private reinsurance. Most of the cases, they find almost 100% of the cases, they use the public system. The Caisse Centrale de Réassurance, this public reinsurer, gives this company a totally unlimited guarantee in case the reinsurance of the company would not be sufficient. The system of reinsurance which is used by the CCR is a quota share of 50% of the premium and of course 50% of the claims. And on top of that, there is a stop loss which covers the part of the risk which has been kept by the insurance company. So the companies are very well reinsured, but a point which is, I think, important in terms of relation with the customers, it is the company which handles the claims. So you handle the claim of your own insured, you send the engineer, you pay the claim, but at the end, if you are reinsured by the public system. So if you look at this CCR, you see the turnover, 1,228 million euros, and the cat nat reinsurance is 93% of their business, and a small part of the business is bomb attacks, because as you know, in France we have bomb attacks, and the consequences of the bomb attacks are covered by the CCR. The total amount of claims, 1,371,000,000. The CCR is losing money. That's an important point that you have to understand, that the natural catastrophes is something where it is quite difficult to make profits. De facto, our system shows that the public reinsurers is losing more or less 100 million euros each year. The fact at the end, but if you see that the assets which have been accumulated by the reinsurance company along these 45 years of existence, you see that the assets are about almost 10 billion euros. So the financial results of the assets make that at the end, the CCR is profitable, but it's a very little profit. And again, from a technical point of view, the loss ratio is negative. A few words about the administrative process, how it works in the day-to-day. When you have a flood, which is the typical type of natural catastrophe in France, you have a flood. The mayor of the city or the village where the flood has taken place, and usually, of course, a flood takes place in several villages, the mayor or the mayors send a message to what is more or less the governor of the province. The governor of the province sent this message to the Ministry of Interior, and it is the Ministry of Interior which says there is a natural catastrophe. And at that time, the insurance company will come into the process. That's a bit long system, but it works, and we have a lot, very often we have floods, and the system works decently. The decision of the ministry comes very, very few days, even the day after the natural catastrophe, so there is no complaint from the customer on that point of view. Just a few figures. The total amount of risk covered is 100 billion euros, of course a huge amount. The premiums, 2.6 billion euros. And the premium, the average premium, that's interesting because of course the premiums of this comprehensive insurance is higher than probably what the people pay in Kazakhstan. The average premium is 36 euros per year for a property and 2.3 euros for a car. So according to our economic situation, is perfectly affordable for the population. If you look on the time, you see that the yearly average of total losses every year, it's over 1 billion euros, 1.3 billion euros again. The floods represent more or less half of this cost, subsidence 42%, and other risk, avalanches typically, and this very, very small earthquakes, what we may have in France, almost 10%. The cost, floods, in last year, and the floods cost something between 800 and 1,000 million euros each for 1 year. Subsidence between 600 to 700 million euros, and earthquakes. We had an earthquake last year, so 200 million. So basically, the main problems in our country are floods. Okay, thank you very much. And later on, if you wish, we shall be happy to answer some questions, and we shall have a round table, which gives us the opportunity to enter in more details if you wish.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Francisca, please. Your turn.
Well, good morning, everyone. And thank you for the invitation of the Guarantee Fund of Kazakhstan, which is our counterpart, actually. I work for a Spanish public company that performs several roles. One of them is actually the Guarantee Fund in Spain, but we also are covering the natural catastrophe insurance, and that's why I am here, I believe. So, but first of all, I would like to introduce some philosophical concepts, if you like, about what it means to insure catastrophes and what's the role of insurance in all this. We have been seeing this morning, for instance, in the previous presentation of the modelers, that risk is a component of three things: hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And we see and we know that insurance is a risk transfer mechanism. But it would be interesting to explore which is the role of insurance within each of those risk components. And we have to take into account that vulnerability is also composed of two concepts. One of them is the capacity response, which is the social capacity to recover after a risk materializes. And the most straightforward answer is that by indemnifying losses, we help societies to go back to business and to be ideally better than before a catastrophe happened. And by applying several measures such as premiums or deductibles, it can be a way to reduce susceptibility, or even sharing loss data with different authorities, we can help reduce susceptibility and not increase exposure. And also through the investments of the sector, and in a very not so straightforward way, but we can, as insurers, put our investment portfolios into greener economy, meaning that we are helping, ecological transition and try to mitigate climate change in a way. So we are in a context in which exposure has risen dramatically. Now we are 10 times more people than at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the world, and the value of the assets is 1,000 times more. And we are also in a situation in which hazard is changing, especially because of climate change. So the role of insurance should be to increase capacity response and reduce susceptibility in different ways. We know that catastrophic perils are not insurable as you would insure theft, for instance, because they are correlated, they can accumulate a lot of losses, and you need specific mechanisms. The more common are coinsurance, reinsurance, public-private partnerships, and also insurance-linked securities. Every country does what it can, and there is no common solution, there is no silver bullet, there is no way to do this good. Because we have to conciliate three issues. One of them is availability of insurance, the other one is affordability of insurance, and ideally risk reduction indication. And to try to conciliate the three of them is nearly impossible, because if you put too much stress on risk reduction, probably you will have to charge higher premiums, and then you are hampering affordability. So it's a matter of decision. It's a matter of choice. This is a short blanket problem, and you have to decide if you cover your shoulder or if you cover your feet. But there is no way to conceal both of them. So depending on the values of society, you can put more stress on premiums, or you can put more stress in mutualization and in broadening the cover. Because the problem with insurance is that at a global level, 2 out of 3 euros, dollars, whatever, are not covered, of loss damages are not covered by insurance. So this is the insurance protection gap that is only getting worse. For instance, with climate change, that we observe that it is happening, and we observe that we are getting more and more hot extremes, that we are having more and more heavy precipitation. It is not that it rains more or less, it is clearly that it rains worse, and we have more droughts and heavier precipitation at the same time. And now I go from this philosophical, I go practical into the Spanish case. We have the Consorcio de Compensación de Seguros, which is roughly translated as Insurance Compensation Consortium, or CCS, which probably is better. We are a tool at the service of the market. We were created 70 years ago, but we changed our status in 1991 when Spain joined the European Union in 1986. And we're a state-owned company attached to the Ministry of Economy, but we have full operational capacity and our own assets That means that we don't cost a cent to the state. We are self-funded by the policyholder. We perform several functions, always with the idea of solidarity, compensation in time among different risks, and geographically among the different Spanish territories, and of collaboration with the market. In the first panel, I saw that there were some kind of discussions about the roles of the public and the private sector. This is not a competition. This is like adding milk to the tea. Probably it tastes better than drinking just milk or just tea. So it is not that the public sector is stealing market to the market. It is that they both reinforce. We have this kind of solutions in countries such as France, as you saw, Spain, Switzerland, the United States, United Kingdom. So this is not a kind of a comeback of communism or something like that. It is not. It is a way of reinforcing markets. And we are complementary. Our company, Consorcio CCS, is a kind of a Swiss knife. We have several tools, and our most non-insurance function, our most important non-insurance function is to be the guarantee fund for Spain, the winding up activity of insurance undertakings, but as you can see, we perform several roles. In our insurance function, the most important is what we call the extraordinary risk insurance, which is the way to protect property and people from different potentially catastrophic risks. In Spain, there are almost 200 operating entities, and of the covers, we are covering practically 140 policies in Spain. Of them, roughly more than 60 million are property policies. We are covering 60 million things from adverse risks happening. And the insured capital is more than 15 trillion euros, of which about 6.5 are property. So we are adding protection to society. In Spain, it is not compulsory to insure your home, but the take-up rate is roughly 3/4, roughly 72–75% of all houses are insured, and the whole fleet of vehicles in the country. So, how do we insure natural hazards in Spain? We differentiate among hazards. There are some hazards, such as wildfire, all the direct effect of precipitation, rain, snow, hail, avalanches and landslides, and also not so strong windstorms that are directly covered by the market, as if Spain was Germany. So it is an insurance and reinsurance completely private scheme. But there are some which are flood, windstorm, earthquake and tsunami, volcanic eruption, and meteorite falling, which are considered extraordinary and that have to be included in every insurance policy. So it is not compulsory to insure your property, but if you insure your property, then you have to have those risks included. And to do that, you pay a surcharge. The surcharge goes to the public insurer, that's us, and in the event of these hazards materializing and causing losses, it is us who pay the losses. And therefore, we reduce this protection gap to a minimum, because everything that is insured against flood or against earthquake. And there is other way to cover the agricultural sector, which basically is a co-insurance pool in which the public insurer is the reinsurer. These are the risks, sorry for the animation. There are some natural, which are flood, coastal flood, you don't have that problem. Strong winds, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption, like years ago, probably you remember the volcanic eruption in the Canary Islands in La Palma. We paid for that, €250 million. And also some human-made, such as terrorism, civil commotion, and other actions of the law enforcement agencies. So, the key point is that the extension of the cover is compulsory. So, in Spain, every insurance policy is dual. It has a part which is covered by the private insurer. They can apply the tariff they want, and they are covering ordinary risks, fire, theft, and also some natural, such as hail, for instance, and they charge the premium they want. It's a free market. But for the extraordinary risk, there is a tariff based on the insured object of the amount and not of the premium, so not to penalize those policyholders that go for the most expensive premium. This is the rate of the surcharge. For instance, for housing is 0.07 per mil. That means that if you are insuring a house per 300,000 euros, which is a common price in Spain, you are paying a premium surcharge of 21 euros a year. And that covers everything. Rates are different for offices, for industries. For motor vehicles, it's a flat rate, it's 2.1 euros, and also for business interruption and personal injury. That means that regardless the kind of property and regardless the kind of policyholder, it can be a private person or a public institution, everything that is insured is covered by the system. We indemnify losses directly to the policyholder, so we are a direct insurer. We are not a reinsurance company. We follow the insured capital in the original policy. We apply some deductible for commercial industries and civil works, but we do not apply deductibles for personal injury or for personal economy property, that is, for houses or for your vehicle. We cover personal injury everywhere in the world. That means that if you are a Spanish insured and if you are affected by a terrorist attack in London, you will be covered by the system. We are in charge of the whole claim handling, loss adjustment payment process, except in the windstorm case, because it takes some time for the weather service to tell us where this threshold of 120 kilometers per hour has been reached. And in this case, it is the companies who handle the claim and pay, and afterwards, if the municipality is one of the red zone in which the threshold of the wind has been reached, we reimburse the money to the companies. But in every other case, we handle all the claims. The coverage is automatic. We do not need a declaration of catastrophe because we don't care if the flood has affected 5 houses or 5,000 houses. It's a flood, we pay. That's easy. And we pay claims from our own equalization reserve, that it is made of surcharges and the investment returns as any other insurer. In the rare case that this reserve should be insufficient, there is a state guarantee. We've been around for 70 years and we have never used the state guarantee. So there are several ways to file a claim, and we'd like to have everything solved in about 4 months. About 2/3 of what we pay are floods, and about 86% of what we pay are hydrometeorological, that is, wind and flood. The human-made is anecdotal. Terrorism was a problem in Spain 30 years ago, but happily not any longer. And we share our data with all those entities that want to do something in trying to reduce risk, so that they can, for instance, this is what we pay in flood, so we can pinpoint the places in which authorities, municipalities, water authorities should invest money to reduce risk. And thank you very much.
Francisco, bravo, you are in time. Okay, and next, Alexander, please, your presentation.
So, hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank IPJF and my broker for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure to be back to Almaty and to participate in the forum as a speaker. So today I'll be discussing how climate risks shape and influence insurance industry and reinsurance industry from the S&P Global Ratings perspective. So first of all, we believe that climate change will result in a more severe and the more frequent climate events like heat waves, storms, floods, and wildfires. That could lead to destroy of infrastructure, increased mortality rate, and also reduce in labor productivity unless there will be sort of a big investment into adaptation and resilience. To explore the economic impacts of climate risks, we ran scenarios based on moderate to high emissions pathway. And in this scenario, we assume that countries will focus on their own domestic issues that will be leading to the slower economic development and to the population growth. So you can see our measure as the GDP at risk. It means that GDP that could be lost annually because of absent adaptation measures. So in this scenario, environmental degradation accelerates, and in some regions, due to the lack of global cooperation, it's even worse. So the 2023 and probably the first half of 2024 were already quite significant in terms of economic losses and from the catastrophic risks. We expect that insurance losses, however, will continue to grow, so the protection gap, however, will be there, but it will be decreasing in a way. This is driven by economic growth, urbanization, inflation, and climate change. Expanding insurance and reinsurance coverage, especially in underinsured market, can bring this insurance industry more diversified approach and strengthen its financial resilience. Reinsurers and insurance can play a very valuable role in helping countries recover from natural disasters with benefiting from diversification opportunities. So we believe that climate change will mainly affect the property and casualty sector, driving higher claims from natural disasters. This will affect pricing and coverage for commercial and for residential sector, but you can see that primary insurers, they mostly have the very diversified portfolio, and while risk is there, it's still well managed. The natural disasters make up only 7% of insurers' claims on average. So while important, they don't really dominate the market. For most of the rated primary insurers, we do not expect any negative rating actions in the medium term. However, we also do not rule them out. It will depend on the exposure of the primary insurers to the cat risk. However, with the reinsurance and risk sharing, we believe that primary insurers are well positioned. So speaking of the reinsurance sector, that is probably operating with cat risk as a major risk, the high exposure is reflected in our credit ratings and often lowering them by at least one notch. However, even as reinsurers expand their coverage, we would still expect them to remain sort of cautious in what they're writing, how they're writing. So we would see them likely limit their exposure to the mid-sized event that have a very big frequency, reduce quota share and aggregate covering. Also, with inflation and rising costs, we would still expect attachment points to rise and remain really high. All this strategy has already lowered the loss of top 19 largest reinsurers over the years. These actions led to a strong performance of the sector, So as you can see, the capitalization of the reinsurers, at least of the 19th of them, the biggest ones, remain really high. So measured by our own risk-based capital model, the redundancy at the highest confidence level, meaning 99.99, is quite sufficient. So let's say we imagine a big loss, for example, that was seen in 2017 in the amount 175 US billion dollars. The market will still be resilient in terms of capitalization. Yes, the earnings will be volatile, there might be a decrease in them, but it will be still there. It is also important to say that the behavior of reinsurers was quite interesting over 2023 and 2024. As you can see, most of them has increased their exposure to catastrophic events and to coverage of this, so they offer this capacity. They are sort of enjoying the higher rates, very nice price environment, and they also expect that the demand for this cat coverage will still remain high. However, it's also important to notice that, yes, while the prices are there, rates are perfect, reinsurers will be there. But things can change really quickly if environment will change as well. So now, how quickly country can recover from a climate event depends not only on the financial strength, but also on the readiness to adapt. So we measure this readiness to adapt by the scoring system. So 1 means the countries or the region is really, really prepared, while 6 means it's not. So as you can see, less developed countries, they're struggling more because they have fewer resources and less insurance coverage. A good example is Pakistan with the floods in 2022, when the cost of the event was 1.6 times the national budget. So it was really difficult for the country to bounce back. Wealthy countries can recover faster because there is quite a good buffer of financial resources, institutional framework is there, it's more developed in a way, and also the insurance coverage is much better. So it also helps wealthier countries to recover much quicker. However, for lower income countries, they do struggle more. This is a lack of resources and infrastructure. So this shows a significant gap in resilience when it comes to facing a climate risk. So this brings more attention to the insurance protection gap, and different countries, they address this problem very differently. So in some countries, they rely on the insurance sector to set the costs. In other markets, they rely on state guarantees plus insurance sector to work the losses out. So probably you can see the 3 examples of the mixed approach is the flood re in UK, CCS in Spain, you've already heard about it, and CCR in France, you also heard about it. So financial stability after natural disaster depends not only on countries' financial strength, but also on the insurance coverage as well. So wealthy countries often have higher insurance penetration that just simply helps them to recover faster. The insurance industry has the expertise in climate risk, in pricing the climate risk, that can help governments and businesses to make decisions. Also, government-backed insurance combined with the reinsurance can protect national budgets and sort of help to build this financial resilience. Also, it's important to say how do we, as S&P, account and incorporate the climate risks in our day-to-day analysis of insurance companies. So you can see we actually capture them in the Industry and Country Risk Assessment, or ICRA. We also capture them in the capital and earnings and risk exposure. So how do we do that? In the industry or ICRA, we capture it through the assessment of product risk. How we do that? So if happens that we see that country is prone to catastrophic events, we also see how insurance companies are taking this risk, or they are not taking it, what the reinsurance protection is in place, or there is a protection gap in there. In terms of capital and earnings, we see how exposed the insurer or reinsurer is to the risk, if there is any volatility stemming from this, and how it can really influence their prospective capitalization and profitability metrics. Also, we can capture it in the risk exposure if the concentration in catastrophic events is really, really high. That's all I want to deliver to you today and discuss. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be around to answer and address them.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And we have the last speaker, Ali, please.
Greetings, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in this beautiful city of Almaty. I'm working in TRAPT, which is a catastrophe modeling company, a technology company located in Turkey, Istanbul. We are modeling earthquakes chiefly, and today I will speak of the earthquake insurance in Turkey, how it is modeled, and what problems we have. To define risk, is perhaps one definition of it could be deviation from the expected values. How do we see it? Now, this is a deviation. Last year, we had an earthquake in Turkey, in Kahramanmaraş, south of the country, where a very violent earthquake took place, much more violent than many had expected, and that yielded to a very significant amount of loss. We had seen this fault offset of 4 meters, up to 4 meters at places. So the expected is that this railway would stand on this linear way, but now there is a deviation from it. How much this deviation would be and how frequent it will be are critical questions for everybody managing risk, catastrophe risks, insurers, and reinsurers. And modelers are here to help, because earthquake risk, unlike other risks that we have been speaking about, for example, motor casco, it happens rarely. And it puts two challenges. For insurance companies, it is very hard to price, because their pricing models are based on experience, and there are no statistics that they can rely on frequently happening earthquakes yielding this sort of a violent damage, so they need something else. Their modeling comes into place to help them. The second challenge is for the public penetration of insurance. Now, this happens very rarely. Earthquake damage of so big magnitudes happen like once in a lifetime or even rarer. So, but it's a great risk. That means it works counter to the human psychology. Every day we wake up and see this railway straight on the line, but only once in our lifetimes we see that it is deviated from the normal expected. And that psychologically puts insurance, cat insurance, in a difficult position to get penetrated into the society. Let's see how our example in Turkey. I have a very short animation here. Here, during the instrumental era, which starts in 1900 until today, the earthquakes that took place in Turkey, as you see, our country is very, very much exposed to earthquakes, much more exposed to than many other countries in the world. Maybe it's comparable with Japan. And the thing is, the earthquakes are on certain places. Look at this gap here on this line. there are earthquakes, one after another on this line, and there's a gap, which is now fulfilled in the year 2023. Why this gap happened and why it's filled? Because nature doesn't like these voids, and earthquakes happen on fault lines. If there is a gap on a fault line, it is bound to have a violent earthquake sooner or later, and the later it is, the greater becomes the magnitude. Last year's earthquake took place at Kahramanmaraş, where 11 provinces are affected. Now, there is a parallel with perhaps Kazakhstan with that. I know that Almaty is also close to earthquake-prone regions. Not only that, but also there is a fault line near it, which didn't get ruptured in the near past. That means you are also exposed. Like Istanbul, we see here, this is Istanbul, this is the Bosphorus Strait, and there is also another gap here, which will be, sooner or later, according to science, be filled up. So this is what we are facing in Turkey. That's why earthquake insurance in Turkey for households are compulsory. How is it managed? We have a Turkish cat insurance pool, TCIP, DASK, Doğal Afet Sigortaları Kurumu, which means Turkish cat insurance pool. It is a pool, it's not a company, it's not for profit. It was set up back in the year 2000, and I think it's quite successful. Success being measured as the penetration. Nationwide, we have a penetration rate of like 55% among the households in Turkey, and at places where we are more exposed to earthquakes like Istanbul, Marmara region here, the penetration rate is even higher, 60% or more. How did they achieve this? There is no policing, there is no fines if you don't do catastrophe earthquake insurance for your house, but you are required to buy one if you are to sell your house, buy a house, rent a house, or if you are going to connect your house with water, electricity, gas, etc. So they will ask you, where is your insurance policy? And you need to buy one. And of course, TCIP, DASK, is working very hard to raise awareness of the among the Turkish public to make people understand how important it is for the Turkish households to insure against earthquakes. This is not an easy battle to be won. It takes many years, diligent work and effort. There is no magic solution to it, but they are managing it. And the third reason why penetration is going well, it's very unfortunately we are having large earthquakes in several parts of the country. As your violent earthquake, the Izmir at the Aegean coast here, not even visible here at further west, and there was one big at Izmit besides Kahramanmaraş. So we see that the earthquake rate take-up suddenly jumps every time after a major earthquake. Yes, it becomes lower by the time passed, but it still retains some market share. So this is the Kahramanmaraş earthquake. As you see, the ruptured area is very, very large. It's more than 40 kilometers. Total sum of 450 kilometers for the two consecutive earthquakes. First, this one was broken, and 9 hours after, a sideways fault also ruptured. This is possible geologically, and earthquake scenarios should include such cascade events that takes place one after another. And this was very violent, especially throughout. You see here the ground movement speeds. It's very high throughout the ruptured earthquake, all the way down to Hatay here, where the southernmost part of our country, where the earthquake damage was PML, possible maximum loss, was the highest. We had like 50% damage rate here. Also, this one was a second blow to Kahramanmaraş region, and demolished houses which withstood the first earthquake. Fortunately, many people were out of their houses already because there was only 9 hours between these two events. But these are challenges for modeling. Now, Kahramanmaraş earthquake affected 11 provinces that accounts for about 9% of Turkish gross domestic production, GDP. How important is Almaty for Kazakhstan? I believe it's about 20%, right, in terms of GDP, about 20%. So it is twice this. And this already caused a lot of damage to the Turkish economy. Fortunately, there is the mechanism of TCIP for households, and private insurers are extensively insuring industries. There are many industrial areas in this region. Plus, of course, the mechanism of reinsurance, which dumps a significant part of the earthquake or catastrophe risk to abroad, which means we get some indemnification, a significant indemnification from the international reinsurance markets. So insurance is critical for a country's economy. And the collapse rates of buildings are immensely high. Among the damaged, on the average, 1/3 of the buildings were collapsed. And from the overall, about 16% of all houses in the region, 16% were either moderately or heavily damaged or demolished. These rates are very, very high, and they demonstrate how violent can earthquakes become. Here you can see the rates. For speed, I will jump a little bit more. So the ruptured area compared, for example, to United Kingdom, you see that it's more than the distance between Manchester and London if you are accustomed to it, and even more for the second earthquake, so it goes all the way to Scotland from the south of the England, so it's a countrywide area. And TCIP received many 600,000 notifications of loss in the first month, which means that they had to set up a very efficient, very large call center to accept those loss notifications. And the call center had 325 operators. They took 10 million minutes of calls. It was a tremendous operation. And this is also just the notification part. Of the loss adjustment part was one other very big operation for them. So this is what TCIP and preparedness made Turkey overcome the effects of this earthquake. Now, we hear from the vendor models which were mentioned that earthquakes lead to inflation. We have economists among us, but Pavel included. Yes, they may, but they may not also. So it's not like a magic formula. They may not come after all. For the Turkish case, we did not see it. The earthquake happened here. We didn't face a big inflation here. This is a construction cost index annual change. No, it was the inflation for the construction cost remained low after the earthquake, because there is a significant construction sector in the country. But this is country specific. So this is another challenge for modeling the effects of the earthquake. And also one critical thing is your country needs to have many stations for assessing the damage, earthquake damage. Like accelerometers, etc. So what is earthquake modeling? It's a statistical probabilistic tool to estimate the financial outcome of earthquakes. It's what we are doing in TRAPT. We have already seen that it has various modules. Hazard module takes care of the earthquakes within a specific territory. And for Kazakhstan, for example, it will need to cater for all earthquakes that may affect the country. In Turkey, we have done that. For Romania, we have done that also. We are working there as well. We studied them. The risk module is how much the buildings are affected. How do they react to the hazard, the earthquakes, the ground shake. So how do they react depends very much country specific and also era specific. For example, for Kazakhstan, you have, I think, many buildings from the Soviet era, as I understand, don't you? So-called Khrushchevkas, 5-story buildings, which are very typical. We have seen them in Romania as well. This needs to be studied specifically. The vendor models, if they are not country-specific, worldwide, if you tell the model that I have a concrete building at that location, they may not yield the correct result for you, because the concrete buildings in Japan, in Switzerland, in Kazakhstan, in Turkey, they react very differently. And also the recent Kazakh buildings are also very different from the old buildings. So era-specific as well as country-specific. These all needs to be local. our model is very localized and kept very up to date. After each earthquake, decent model needs to be validated, and the results should be compared with the actual outcomes. And lastly, the financial module, which is, I'll jump a few slides here. I will not speak about the specifics of a statistical probabilistic model. Sorry. Here, the financial module calculates the ground-up loss, total loss, physical loss. This is the gross loss, that is to an insurance company. How much do they have? And then the net loss after the insurance company's possible reinsurance protections. And they can also, in fact, calculate the loss to the reinsurer. They can also calculate the loss to various insurance programs and specific layers of, for example, catastrophic excess of loss layers. And a sound, decent financial module should even be able to calculate the specific reinsurance conditions. How much do they affect these loss amounts? For example, spillover clauses are very, very common in Turkey and elsewhere. How much do they contribute to the loss of a specific reinsurance program? And we have several different modeling tools, but I will speak one of them a little bit. Here, there is a table, occurrence exceedance table. This is one of the outputs of a model. And this amount, annual average loss, is perhaps the most critical amount because it gives an insurance company the annual loss they will sustain for a portfolio, or for a country, the annual loss they will sustain due to earthquakes. This can be done countrywide. Doesn't have to be specific to the reinsurers. And these are the return periods. For example, this was 100 years was spelled today, how much the loss will be. 1,000 years are very commonly used by large international insurance and reinsurance groups as a minimum. Such decisions are critical. These frequencies and how much loss they yield to and the reinsurance protection should be bought against them. And these should be taken by perhaps the share owners of a company. And this is the curve, the loss curve of this OEP table. So we also conduct specific stress tests. For example, for the Istanbul-Marmara region, we do have stress tests for specific scenarios, and there even the directivity of the earthquake, for example, if the rupture starts from east towards west or west towards east, is affecting the results. Here you see the results from several scenarios. These are several scenarios 7 and 8, and they yield to different results. So these are some of the details that are being taken care by earthquake models. So we can also model, models can also calculate fatality and injury. Well, thank you very much, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions if you have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the first part, which is the presentations, and we're now starting the second part, which is the actual panel discussion. I'd like to invite Elena Filimonova. Madam Filimonova, could you please join us for the panel discussion? As a moderator, as the moderator, I have prepared several questions ahead of time, since I've had a chance to look at the presentations ahead of time. So I have 3 questions, and perhaps 4, that I'd like to ask to our distinguished speakers. I'd also like to ask if Asaj Al-Kadirov is joining us online, as he was supposed to, the representative of the Ministry of Emergency Situations. Yes, I'm here. This is Asad. Great. Thank you. We just don't have the video from you, but you're here. Mr. Zhilkadar. Great. So we have 7 panelists who are ready to answer my questions first and then the questions from the audience. I think those are quite likely, since this is a subject that is quite actively being discussed today. Catastrophic risk insurance in Kazakhstan, and there are very different opinions and approaches, potentially, how to do this, how to build a model for this purpose, and whether it will be sustainable or not. I'll start with my first question, which is quite general. Also, I'd like to say that I'll ask the questions to the English-speaking speakers in English, and then ask questions to the Russian speakers in Russian to avoid any interpretation mistakes, potential ones. Okay, I will start with the first question, which is quite general. There to Rodolfo, Jean-Pierre, and Francisco. I would like for them to ask this question, to answer this question in turn, to express their point of view. I'll ask the question now in English.
For creating a nat cat insurance, and what should be the main characteristics?
So, Рудольфо, наверное, вы, может, начнете тогда?
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I think every policy covering house should include the risk of earthquake, flood, and natural perils, because it would be very disappointing for somebody losing the house with insurance, but with these exclusions. Now, to do this, you need specialized insurers or reinsurers. Usually, a catastrophic risk is very difficult to manage if you are not specialized in this area and if you don't have enough capital. That's why creating a nat cat pool makes a lot of sense to gain resources, focus, and capital. Thank you.
Спасибо. Thank you. Jean-Pierre?
Well, it's obviously a very wide question. Really, I think that we or the market should organize, as Rodolfo said, organize a natural system. I mean, insurance companies by themselves are not strong enough to cover this type of risk. You need a pool, or you need a company like in Spain. Again, besides I'm French, I think that the Spanish system is probably the easiest one and the simplest one. And I think to have a state-owned company which is taking care of these disasters is probably the easiest solution.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm completely not used to listening to a French person saying that something in Spain is better, so I'm just shocked by that. And, well, thank you. Now, seriously, well, like I said, I think that Rodolfo put it in the need of it, that it is very painful to go to insurance and to see that after a devastating event, the insurance provides no answers to you. So, in the context of reducing this protection gap, it might be useful to create such as these public-private partnerships. But I also say that there are countries in which there are not and do not have a problem. For instance, Germany has not a public-private partnership, it's fully private. And although the penetration of catastrophic risk, for instance, of flood risk, is about 40%, whereas in Spain or France, it's the whole insured mass, they go with it, and there is not a big social problem apparently with that. But it is true that in most countries it might be useful to develop these protection gap entities. The issues at stake should be to conciliate this problem of moral hazard, to try to that the system implemented is not an excuse to not to reduce risk in a way. So it's important. And it's also important that to have a system that shares the value of everything, of the whole society. For instance, Anglo-Saxon countries or Protestant countries put too much stress on the personal responsibility. So the idea of mutualizing risks, of if you are eating a T-bone steak and I am eating an omelet, why should we pay the same? So if, for instance, other countries such as Mediterranean, more socially oriented / Catholic, like France or Spain, could accept this mutualization, say, okay, today is for me, tomorrow it will be for you. So, but there is, like I said, there is no magic solution. And what it is also important is that all the actors involved in creating the scheme and participating in the scheme, they should have two things. One, that they see the interest of creating that. And that is, that they can win something. And in order to control moral hazard, they can lose something as well. So they have to have skin in the game. It is not externalizing the risk to a public insurer and I get away with it. So that's why, for instance, the Spanish model covers some perils, but other not. For instance, hail is not covered by the market, by the public sector. So companies have their own burden, and they do their best to reduce risk. So that those would be probably the main ingredients in trying to develop. And the main point should be to reduce risk and to enhance the resilience of society through insurance, which is the best, probably, way to compensate losses, because it's a legally certain way to compensate losses after a catastrophic event.
Okay, thank you very much for this comment. Ali, could you add something to these comments? The comments of all colleagues. Could you, I can repeat the question if you like. No?
But probably I cannot really take it.
Okay. Alexander, thank you.
Yeah, if you can hear me, so probably I can just deliver as what I already said in terms of the mechanism that we see in the different countries and how they address the risk. But probably it's not my place to sort of advise how it should be done.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, Jean-Pierre.
Yes, if I may, I'm coming back to the moral hazard, which Francisco commented. I didn't want to enter in too much details in the French system, but we take into account this moral hazard in the way that the cities are invited by the French state to establish a program to fight against floods, basically. And if there is a flood in a village where this protection plan has been set up by the municipality, the deductible which I mentioned are 386.33 euros. If there is no protection plan, the deductible increases. So it is organized in such a way that if your municipality, which has been set up by the inhabitants, because the mayor is elected by the inhabitants, so if the municipality has not set up a protection plan, the risk for the insured is higher. So we try this way to take into account this moral hazard which mentioned Francisco.
Okay, very good comment. Okay.
Maybe.
Ali? Yeah.
We in Turkey took a little, perhaps a midway in between the two, between the Anglo-Saxon and the pure risk sharing. Yes, there are different levels of risk, but there is significant also collaboration between the parties, so everybody is paying for some part of the others as well, and this is essential in perhaps compulsory insurance. Another thing is governments should be very strict about this. If they are to say that earthquake or cat risk, catastrophe risk will be compulsory, it means that they will not cover catastrophe risks and leave it to the whatever system that they build up. So perhaps here, more than the system what it is more important that the governments will be supporting the system.
Okay, thank you much for that. И сейчас я хотел перейти уже на русский язык.
I'd like to switch to Russian now, since I have a question to the regulator, which is more general in nature, perhaps. The question is to Yelena. What is the regulator's opinion in terms of introducing cat insurance in Kazakhstan? Was this considered? Thank you for the question. Actually, the work on implementing cat insurance has been underway in Kazakhstan for quite some time. And even during today's forum, when we listened to all the experts who were sharing their international experience, we could see that the more we delve into this issue, the more we realize that there's no one-size-fits-for-all approach, one model that will work for everyone. We need to take account of our context, the natural disasters that we face, specifically in Kazakhstan, the state of our assets, buildings. So we need to take stock of the reality and develop a solution that fits that reality. So there's no, once again, universal solution that works for everyone. We will have to make sure that the model is a multi-level model. We need to have several sources, in other words, of covering the losses, since the losses when it comes to natural disasters are colossal, are huge. Therefore, the situation that we currently have in voluntary insurance, it's hard to call it ideal, although in the last several years, more recently, we see some progress there. We have more insurance contracts for property, real estate, and most of those contracts include catastrophic risks. As a rule, they do. But when it comes to payouts, the devil's in the details. There are lots and lots of issues that still need to be addressed by both the regulator and the insurance companies that they need to focus on to see which terms and conditions should be offered to the population of Kazakhstan so that our citizens see an economic value in this insurance and see a benefit of taking out such insurance. As you may know, in the last several years in Kazakhstan, we are facing large-scale fires, also floods. Earlier this year, Almaty has experienced significant tremors, significant earthquakes, and that got people to thinking more and more about their property, their houses, etc. It is becoming more and more obvious to more people in Kazakhstan that they should insure their property, but this works for a limited period of time, right after the event. Longer term, people stop being concerned as much as they were right after the event, which means that it's becoming more obvious for us that we need to do more work with the general population to communicate more, to explain better what are the advantages and disadvantages of different types of insurance, including this type of insurance, catastrophic insurance. We've been working with ADB experts, with Rodolfo specifically as well, who spent a lot of time and effort to work with us to develop a catastrophic risk insurance system, which means that today already we have a number of ideas that we could consider, but this work continues. It's not finished. Still, there are representatives of other government agencies that are involved in this effort, as well as the insurers, the market. And the main issue today is to see how we could develop a product for the general population that they see a value in, that they see a benefit in. So they see it as attractive. And so the general population doesn't think that insurance is a burden that is imposed on them by someone and brings no benefit to them. This is the most important issue that we need to address with the market to find the golden mean that we need to make sure is there to make sure that insurance is effective. Thank you. Given the answer that was just given, I have a question to Mr. Zhilkaydarov, the representative of the Ministry for Emergency Situations, who is joining us online. I have the following question for him. I know that, as far as I understand, the Ministry for Emergency Situation is part of the working group under the government of Kazakhstan to develop this catastrophic risk insurance system in Kazakhstan. So therefore, I have the following question. Which emergency situations the ministry proposes to include on the list of insured risks? Mr. Zhilkadarov, the floor is yours. Thank you for the question. Thank you, and welcome to all the participants of the forum. Yes, indeed, there's more and more work being done in this area. We're doing this work jointly with other government agencies, namely with the insurance regulator. Kazakhstan is affected by many different types of natural disasters, with the exception of perhaps typhoons and tornadoes. The major types of natural disasters include floods, which we experienced on a large scale earlier this year, as you all know, as well as landslides, forest fires, earthquakes as well. As was mentioned by the colleague just now, we had two significant earthquakes earlier this year in Almaty, which were reasons for the general population, for the citizens, to ponder the situation, but also to the government agencies in terms of paying more attention to property insurance and making the system more effective. We have a total of 1,079 different settlements that may suffer from floods, and over 400 different settlements that are in seismic-prone areas. We have had large-scale casualties, as was mentioned earlier, this year that were affected by the floods. The government is still working on compensation. The private sector is involved in this effort as well by providing sponsorship-type assistance. The most serious earthquake was registered in the Lugovoye village of the Zhambil region, where over 1,000 different buildings were affected. But you may have secondary damage as well, such as fires that are related to the primary impact of the earthquake, as well as other types of hazards. We also have landslides, which results in property damage as well. Landslides damaged a house in the Almaty region back in 2022, and two other houses were damaged but not collapsed. Also in 2023, we have announced official emergencies, where as a result of extremely strong winds, roofs were damaged, roofs on houses and office buildings as well. The Ministry of Emergency Situations proposes that these types of risks should be included in the insurance coverage, but the specific decisions are to be made as part of the working group that was mentioned. The final decisions are going to be made by that working group as to what should be recommended to be put on that list. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them, of course.
Well, thank you. Let's use this opportunity to ask the questions to the Ministry of Emergency Situations. There is some silence here. Can you please pass over the mic? Thank you.
Добрый день, Даурен.
Hello, Davren from Namat Insurance. Well, I have a question to Mehmet Ali. I guess we mentally and seismically we're alike. Our peoples are similar in that way. So you said that you have 60% of coverage, and you use different methods of compulsory and mandatory insurance if someone needs to connect gas or water, electricity, utilities. So the share of population that is not insured against catastrophic risk of disasters, how do you work about that? What do you do about that? How does the public service work? How do you introduce the insurance, the cat insurance? What channels do you use to promote and advance cat insurance? Is it done by private insurance companies, or is it done by the state, by the government agencies? Do they work on that jointly? So what do you do about this remaining 40% of uncovered? A very good question, isn't it?
Thank you, and I have the same feelings, by the way, about Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, those 40% is mostly uninsured. Now, although if you want to connect your house to electricity, gas, etc., or sell or rent it, you are required, whether it be a tenant or a landowner, doesn't matter, to have this compulsory insurance policy. After the next year, there is no policing, there is no fines, there is no other source of control. So the Turkish regulator wanted it to be developed organically in a natural way rather than with authoritarian police control. So unfortunately, these 40% are mostly uninsured. Some part of this 40% is the rural areas, not in the cities. They are not a part of the compulsory scheme. Villages are out of it, where mostly the damages are covered by the state, but they are a very small percentage, and the values of their houses are smaller. Are the insurance companies covering those 40%? Again, no, unfortunately. If you are a household, you will definitely buy the compulsory insurance. Actually, insurance companies can insure, but it is for luxurious houses above the maximum limits provided by DASK, Turkish Cat Insurance Pool, for the remaining top part, and this is rare.
Thank you. Yeah, Rodolfo.
Yes, I want to complement what he was saying. Two things. One is very important that if there is a scheme that covers, that the government should support the scheme rather than bypass and compensate directly. But that's a difficult decision. Now in Turkey, the methodology to use when you use utilities to ask for insurance, how often do you connect with utility? Only once. What happens later on? They lapse the policy and that's it. That's the problem. Second, in the rural area, penetration is much, much lower. I would say 15%. The 60% or 50% is in the cities, where you have more control and also high exposure. I think that's a big challenge everywhere, the compulsory enforcement of the insurance. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Есть ли еще какие-то вопросы? Да, пожалуйста.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Please hand over the mic. Thank you.
У меня такой вопрос.
Well, here's my question. Could you please introduce yourself?
Журнал «Эксклюзив» с
Inclusive magazine.
Эксперты относятся бы вот к такой идее,
Slitko
чтобы
Evgeny. So, what do you think about this idea? Do you think about the idea of setting up a special fund,
фонд катастроф,
kind of a disaster response fund, and replenish it with the taxpayers' money, like special tax, maybe half percent of income tax, or maybe of total income, something like an income tax, but a small amount. Is that kind of an idea that could be feasible?
You ready to answer first? Rodolfo, yeah.
Well, we've been exploring a lot of options, and to create a fund has appealing, because then you would have money to spend, but you need the methodology to assess the risk, to see who's insured, how to pay the benefits. So that's why I think a fund is good if you have an insurance in front of that. The insurance needs money to pay claims, and that's where the money should be accumulated. Having an independent fund creates a lot of moral hazard and issues to operationalize such a scheme. Thank you.
Спасибо. Есть еще один вопрос. Пожалуйста.
Okay, here's another question, please.
Я извиняюсь,
apologies, Mehmet, you did not quite answer my question. So, who plays the key role in adding new customers and promoting cat insurance? So who plays the main role? The government or the private companies, or do they do it jointly? And what are the main sales channels? Is it online or is it offline? Or how do you notify people? How do you drag people into the system? What do you do about that?
TCIP has, Turkish Cat Insurance Pool has a public relations department. They are working on advertisements, publicities to raise the public awareness and insurance companies also, whenever they are selling a householders policy, they add automatically TCIP's policies to it. Besides that, of course, scientific community in Turkey is speaking. Earthquake in Turkey is a very hot issue. And many people are very, very interested in that, no matter what their educational background is, because we have, from time to time, earthquakes. That is perhaps it is not a blessing, of course. It's a big problem, but in a way it works also for raising the public awareness. And there are public figures, scientists about it. But the main responsibility lies on TCIP, Turkish Cat Insurance Desk, to raise the awareness, to issue newer policies and increase the penetration rate by their pricing, making it affordable, and also by education. They make big public campaigns in the schools, in TVs. They have a very good connection with the media. TCIP's managers speak very often on the TV. They are invited to interviews, etc. It is always on the agenda. Is it a good answer to your... Did I address your question directly now?
Okay, thank you.
Rahmet. Sorry?
More utilities are online or offline? How do you do it?
Online sales or offline? It is mostly offline in Turkey. Online increasing, but still limited.
Okay, thank you very much. Еще есть вопросы?
Are there any other questions from the audience? Okay, everything's clear. No one. Okay, here's a question. I'm here. Hello, Kursiv Media. I'm a journalist, Korolai. I have a question to Elena Filimonov, the regulator. My colleague asked a question about the fund for cat insurance. What's your opinion? Do you think that something similar is planned to be done in Kazakhstan as well? Also, you mentioned that work is being done after this earthquake that we suffered last year. What are the options that you're considering? Do you think that maybe utilities or this kind of connection to utilities would be used to mandate this kind of insurance, cat insurance, or kind of push it on the customers? What are the proposals? What are the ideas there? Thank you for your question. As for the fund, yes, Rudova has already commented that we have considered this kind of idea. But, well, it is clear that this kind of insurance will be rather comprehensive, complex, and of large scale. So it is much easier to set up one single operator who will then determine and define the policy, who will collect all the premiums and so on. I mean, we do have that kind of international experience. However, that's not a panacea. That's not something that can help us with all the issues. And there are several ideas that will have to be considered. So fund, cat insurance fund is with an idea. However, this fund idea is more suitable for a mandatory, obligatory insurance scheme, or that would cover a wider range of people, because it is implied that the premiums will be collected through a system. However, some insurance companies already offer different cat insurances using this invoice for utilities. So that kind of experience is already used in Kazakhstan. It is not as widespread as elsewhere, but it still exists, and therefore we could have different options. Well, actually, the coverage or penetration is one of the issues that needs to be addressed to make sure that cat insurance is effective and works. That is why we're looking at several options that will guarantee the penetration, including the different penetration sources that we already have, or kind of different channels, such as the utilities payment or connection to utilities, tax authorities, or all the different mechanisms that insurance companies use. They will all be relied upon and will be probably considered, because they all lead to better coverage or kind of better penetration and better, generally, kind of engagement of the public with the product. Okay, thank you. Another question? Sure. Vitaly Verevkin. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Vitaly Verevkin, the Association of Insurers of Kazakhstan. I have a question to Jean-Pierre and other colleagues. If you chip in, that will be grateful too. That will be great too. Thank you. You said that you have quite a good coverage or very good penetration of real estate insurance. What drives people toward insurance? Do they get any tax benefits? Why do people insure the real estate? Do they get any write-offs for or do they get any tax benefits, tax preferences? What makes people buy insurance? Because, I mean, actually, the insurance incident do not happen often, but why really do people buy? And why do you have 97% of people who bought the insurance?
Well, several answers. One answer is that, as I mentioned, we have very comprehensive policies, which makes that companies pay claims. That's something which seems very obvious, but if you want your customers to buy insurance, you have to have companies who pay claims. And not to pay claims every 10 or 20 years, but claims very often. We have to pay claims very often. If you have comprehensive policies as we have, in which you have a lot of guarantees, people know this type of guarantees, this gives these people many options to ask the company to pay their claims. So in France, but I guess in Spain or in Germany or in France, with your comprehensive policy, you have a claim paid every 3-4 years. So you know that you have your company close to you. You know that your company, if you have a water damage, the company will arrange this water damage. Another point, which is typically French in that fact, is that the people believe, it's wrong, but they believe that property insurance is comprehensive by law, which is not true. What is true is that the law obliges somebody who rents a house to insure his liability towards the owner of the house. Liability insurance is compulsory. But as liability insurance is included in these comprehensive policies, people believe that this type of property insurance is compulsory, is mandatory. And of course, you will understand that insurers do not say that it is not compulsory. So everybody believes that it is compulsory. If you ask any Frenchman in the street, they will tell you, my property insurance is compulsory. Legally, it is not, but everybody believes it is, and you can imagine that insurance do not say the contrary.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, definitely.
I'd like to add something to what Jean-Pierre is saying, which is very, very relevant, which is affordability. If you only insure very few houses, the risk is high. Therefore, you have to add a lot of additional cost. The risk reduces if you can have a large base of insurance, a large number of houses. That's why it's a chicken and egg situation. If it becomes affordable, then more people will buy. But you have to break the barrier, the price barrier. You have to really, that's why I like this mandatory insurance proposal, because this will have a large base, create awareness, and the need for voluntary insurance will be there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Francisco?
Sorry, just to add a bit more of the both relevant interventions before me. It's important that people see, the most straight answer to your question is risk awareness. And, but also that people can see value in being insured. And that, for instance, the fact that by having your house insured, it will help you, or it will compensate you if your house is destroyed by an earthquake, it's a selling point for companies. So it's something that reinforces the market in a way. In those areas in which floods, for instance, are more frequent, the take-up rate is even higher, because people know that by buying a simple insurance with your private insurer, you will have the public extension to this very disturbing situation of having your house flooded. And also in terms of adding value, I don't know if it works here, but in many places, you have, for instance, a handyman service when you have an insurance policy. So if you have to install a lamp or hang a shelf on the wall, your insurance company sends you someone to do that job for you. Because in a way that is risk prevention. You prevent the shelf falling to your head if it's well hung into the wall. So it's another way to make insurance appealing for customers in a way. Yeah.
Okay. И на правах модератора.
Well, as a moderator, I would like to conclude our panel discussion. Should you have any other questions on top of what have already been answered, you can send them to the organizers, the fund, Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund, and I'm sure that you will receive the answers to your questions. Also, all the presentations, as far as I know, will be sent to to those willing via their emails. Thank you so much, and let's thank our speakers. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions.
Благодарим гостей второй сессии.
We would like to thank the guests of the second panel discussions. Now everyone is invited to lunch that will take place at the first floor of the restaurant. And the next part of our event will start at 2:45.
свои места и готовиться к программе. Именно поэтому просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Именно поэтому просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Именно поэтому и снова здравствуйте, дамы и господа. Надеюсь, вам понравился ланч и вы готовы к следующему выступлению. Уважаемые гости, мы переходим к следующей теме. Андреас Шмидт выступит с темой инвестиций в зеленый панель, недвижимость и рынок недвижимости. Вместе с ним мы разберемся в вопросе зеленого финансирования и инвестиций. Давайте поприветствуем нашего следующего спикера.
Okay, let's start. So thank you very much for invitation. And I learned much about the insurance market today. And now hopefully I can give you a small insight in the European real estate market, especially in the Munich market. So if there are any questions, I can help you afterwards. So we are the Better Real Estate, my company. I'm in the real estate market since 40 years. The market changed very strong during the last years. We had a very strong decrease after the interest rates went up. Now, again, after 2 years of a big gap, the market is going up, and I think it's a very good timing to be here. So, what's the part within the next approximately 50 minutes? ESG Global in Europe, Munich, and what is our portfolio? So that's a big, big trend what we have in the moment in Europe. We also have it worldwide. I think it's not the big part in the moment, the big goal in Kazakhstan, but I think sooner or later it will also come here. So if you check what the World Bank is investing in climate projects, it's 43 billion US dollars. So a huge amount because it's a very important item for the world. So in Europe, we have special separate goals and that we want to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions until 2030, and we want to be climate neutral until 2050. So the Munich Re, a big reinsurance company, you for sure all know, they got an award because this is what every company in Europe is taking care of. They're investing in real estate, and the real estate has to fulfill very special conditions. So this is what I want to speak more about. Why it's important? It's important because the insurance companies invest the money of the customers and they have to secure the pension assets. It's important for the future security, and it's important to have a stable value. I had a small talk before, and you told me that the rates and the value of the real estate in Kazakhstan goes up very quick and goes down very quick. That's similar what you have in England, in America. In Germany, we are much more stable. Some people told me it's very boring because we have low rates, but it's stable. That's a big difference. Okay, what are the benefits? So why should we do it? Why should you do it and invest in real estate, in green buildings? So the tenant relationship improves very much. You have very few changes. You have longer lease terms. So the productivity increases. And very important, you get higher rents out of the building and higher sales prices. Because in Germany, 3 or 4 years ago, it hadn't been that important. If you have a green building or you haven't a green building, the prices went up. Nowadays, it's a huge difference. So the new buildings approximately lost when the interest rates go up between 15 and 20%, so the market is much more interesting now for the new buildings. For the used buildings, the prices went down 30% to 40%. So the people are much more interested whether I have a green building or not. So we have lower administration, lower maintenance and operating costs. So if you look at 4 and 5, higher rents and lower costs, this is what every entrepreneur wants to have. You have additional tax benefits, public subsidies, and also support from the government and capital support from the towns also. So, and you get favorable financial conditions. So this means the banks will have to pay fines, not only in Germany, also Europe, from beginning, mid of end of next year, if they don't fulfill special green ratios. So this means they have to finance a certain ratio of green buildings, and they have to take care of a certain amount of companies working in this area. So this is very important. For this year, it's free for the banks. From next year on, they will have to deliver this in the financing market, and even nowadays some banks give you a discount in the financing of 0.2%, 0.3% in the financing conditions if they finance a green building. So, and therefore you have also lower losses during times of crisis, because the value from the point of view of the investors and from the point of view of the tenants are much more favorable for these buildings. So what means ESG with our company? So we only build new buildings, houses, bigger buildings, whatever. KfW, this is the German company which gives money, which gives separate conditions to people with low energy houses. So we have energy consultants for every building, and for Munich especially, there's also one additional ecological criteria catalog for disposal. It's very important and it's very expensive, but we have to do that. And we have green roofs on flat buildings. This is what you have to deliver in Munich. So I founded a foundation 20 years ago. We started for children. Now, since the last 4 or 5 years also, we do projects for senior citizens. So we build apartments for students and for senior people. We also rent out to the government migrant hostels, and we have very special income-oriented fundings, real estate, also what get separate benefits. So the governance means money laundering is a big point in Germany, not because it's a big problem, because Germany is very, very strict on that. So we have many paperwork to work on, and this is all what we deliver. And additional, every building is controlled by the TÜV Süd. That's a company working worldwide, and they are controlling every part of the building process. So, now I want to introduce you to Munich. As perhaps many of you know, we have the Oktoberfest until the end of this week. So, we are clear, we are sober, we're here since 2 days. So, we have history, we have culture. Perhaps some of you had been to Munich or Schloss Neuschwanstein, it's very close. So, we have pure nature, we have, of course, tradition, and we have passion. And until the halftime of the Oktoberfest, we had 3.6 million visitors. Okay, the next. So, what's very interesting in this is important for the money. We have technology, we have innovation. So that's the BMW museum, that's the Olympic Stadium in Munich, what we have. We have startups. and we have many famous companies and stock exchange companies. So the value of the companies located in Munich, from the DAX in Germany, the total value is approximately 750 billion euros. That's the value of the companies located in Munich. And we get now the workers, the employees for Microsoft, for Amazon, for Apple, all are located in Munich. And they have high salaries, though the people can afford high rents. There you can see the technology companies and the volume. And we have many universities in Munich, and this is good for renting out. In the moment, we have nearly 1.6 million inhabitants. We have 150,000 students. This is important for the companies because they want to recruit their new, well-informed and motivated people from the universities. So there's a very close connection between the universities and the international companies. So we have a very high GDP in Munich, so the people earn much of money, and they come here because we have a high quality of life. Many parks, many lakes around. In approximately half an hour, you're in Austria. In approximately 19 minutes, you're in Italy. So this is a big value for the people working there. So this is the high demand what we have for the living space. We would need approximately 8,000 flats to be built a year, but you can see the dark blue that we build less. So this means this would be the line if no new people would come to Munich. As many people come, and you can see the population development and also the forecast. So we need urgently space for the people, but very few is built in the moment because of the crisis what we had through the last years, the last 2 years. So this means the rents are going up very, very high in the moment. This is just to show you our area. So we have 15 locations where we have real estate. It goes out to the seas. It's in between Munich, and the two round spots you can see is the FC Bayern, our Munich soccer club. Perhaps you heard of that. Okay, what are the good investments for real estate? So we have secured last year very special loans for an interest rate now below 0.9%. In the moment, if you take a loan in Germany, you have to pay a long-term loan approximately 3.5% interest rate if it's fixed for 10 years, but we can deliver you a lower interest rate because we made a reservation last year. So the yield is above 4%, and we estimate that it will go up during the next 2 or 3 years up to 5%. So we have sustainability, low energy houses. That's the only thing what we do. We deliver the complete management, all, during building process, during the renting term, and also potential selling process if you want to sell. So we deliver tax and other benefits, and these are also for foreign investors to every country. So we create direct investments for pension funds, and we are also creating individual real estate funds for private investors, starting from a small amount, I will tell you. Okay, this is the selection process. I see I don't have time to guide you through this. I will send you, if you're interested, you just give an information, you can get all of this.
This is the background what we're doing. So we can deliver several packages starting from 500,000 euro up to 5 million, 10 million, whatever. And this, an example, is an apartment house. We have student apartments, we have a gym in the house, we have garden facilities. So, and we can deliver for the investment a very low interest rate. So the profit is very interesting for this new building. So that's another example for houses, what we're building. And if you're interested, we can make a calculation for you for whatever equity you put in, for whatever rate you want to have, whatever volume, starting from 500,000 up to whatever, 10, 20, 50 million, whatever is interesting for you. Okay, and we also, I'm very proud of that, we have a building very close to FC Bayern and very close to the Isar, to the river. Okay, so that's a short overview to Munich. Thank you very much for your time. Спасибо.
Благодарим Андреаса за столь интересный
Thank
доклад
Andreas
и
for a very
переходим
interesting
к следующей
presentation.
части форума.
I'd like to now move to
Третья
the next part
панельная
of the
сессия
forum.
будет посвящена
The third panel
вопросам
session
страхования жизни
will deal
и его
with life
важной роли в
insurance
обеспечении
and the
социальной и
importance of life
экономической
insurance to ensure
стабильности.
social and economic stability.
Участники обсудят текущие
The participants of the
тенденции
session
и
will discuss
изменения
the
на
current
рынке
trends as well
страхования
as changes
жизни,
in the
а
life
также
insurance
основные
market,
факторы,
as well
влияющие
as the
на
main
спрос
factors
и
impacting
предложение страховых
demand
продуктов.
and supply of insurance products.
Эксперты рассмотрят
The
перспективы
experts
роста и
will
развития
review
данного
the growth
сектора в
prospects
Казахстане.
and development of the sector in Kazakhstan. Distinguished participants, I'd like to invite our speakers right away to the panel discussion.
Good day, dear guests, dear guests of the forum, dear colleagues. Hello, greetings, everybody. I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity and to moderate this session. Here we would like to discuss all of the pressing issues that we have at the moment within the given framework. While the insurance accompanies us throughout life, and all the processes of life, and insurance became an inseparable part of our daily life, daily routine even. So therefore, colleagues, given the limited time, I would like us to proceed to the discussions right away, and I hope it will be useful and interesting for all. Well, let me start with the first question. And we have amongst the speakers only one female, Zhbanyazova Janar Adilbekovna, chairman of the board of Halyk Life insurance company. Janar, I know that you can give your answer in several languages, but I would like to ask this question in Kazakh, and if you do not object, maybe you could answer in Kazakh too. So here's my question. What is the future of insurance companies and life insurance companies specifically? How do you see their prospects? Hello, my name is Janar. We are the life insurance company of Halak Life. I'm the chairman of the board of this company. I'm very happy to be attending this session, and thank you for coming, for being here, and for finding time to be here. Bojan, thank you for your question. Well, I do believe that when it comes to the insurance companies and their presence, the biggest challenge, biggest issue for them is to promote and advance the high culture of insurance and to guarantee the benefits of insurance products. Well, life insurance, as we'll know, is one of the most well-known programs, amongst other programs and other plans. You know, people in the morning, they wake up and say, okay, let me open a deposit, or maybe insure my car, or let me start, doing something with my money. But it's not that they wake up in the morning with a thought like, oh, let me insure my life. And I think if they did, it was going to be one of the successes. And I think that's the goal for us, to promote and to popularize life insurance amongst the people. At the moment, we are designing and developing different accessible and affordable programs. And we have the leaders of different insurance companies attending today's event. We try to make sure that our programs are not just financially beneficial, but advantageous, but also accessible for any resident of the country, no matter where they live, whether that's in the city or whether that's in a remote village. So that's one of the goals, to make sure that our products, life insurance products, are affordable, accessible, and easy to buy. Thank you. Well, colleagues, we have the first, we have the CEOs of different life insurance companies. So if you have any questions in that area, you can ask them. As a moderator, I would like to ask the questions that I have drafted in advance, so let me start. Given the time limitations, and we will try to listen to your questions as well. So thank you. That was question number one. We have the second question to Commerce Kommer, chairman of the board, Oleg Khanin. Oleg Khanin, what do you think? According to the Well, the share of life insurance in the total package, total portfolio of insurance products in Kazakhstan is slightly 40%. And actually, that's not lagging behind the global and world trends, given the data that we have. So this number represents about 60%. That's the level, kind of the global level. In the meantime, this share in developed countries is the source of long money or long funding for their governments, for the respective governments. So here's my question. How can the life insurance sector contribute to sustainable and steady economic growth and to be used to support the population in the future? Thank you for your question. Thank you for the invitation. The fund. This is great. This is a great conference. Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for your question. And I would like to thank the financial regulator for their support. I think it's just a great opportunity for us insurers to get together, to finally see each other. You know, for the last 2 years, we probably didn't have a chance to talk to each other, to see each other. So as for the life insurance, I can see that there are lots of people, meaning that there is a lot of interest to this topic. Yes, lots of people decided to stay for the panel discussion, for this panel discussion. So as for the life insurance contributing to the economic development of the country, you know, it's a big question, really. And the answer can be big and long, too. However, there are several factors. First and foremost is the understanding of the state that insurance offers long funding for the economy, for the national economy. This is the money that lets us and allows us to infrastructure the money, to invest the money into infrastructure projects. But for that to happen, the insurance companies need the support of the government. Actually, we have three most important products: this insurance from accidents at work, occupational insurance, pension plans, annuity insurance and car or motor insurances. But actually, life insurance is not even present there. And why? Well, we can be talking about the lack of culture or complexity of the products, that they are not too hard to understand, etc. But I believe that actually the reason to that, the root cause of that, is the absence of stimulation, absence of a support by the government to encourage people to subscribe to different life insurance plans. In terms of tax benefits, maybe write-offs, because even the annuity pension plans are not going to be treated specifically, and such people will not be granted with some special tax benefits, and that's the latest initiative. Then why are they doing that? Why not the people do some savings, collect some savings, and while they still work. So we do understand that actually in short term it's not going to be very beneficial, but in the long term it is going to be a very good solution to let people have good annuity life insurance or pension plans. So I do believe that we can isolate several reasons to that. First is the help of the government. We're a new country, young country. We don't have the experience similar to the Western European countries, when we have the German pensioners who, after retirement, can afford traveling the world and enjoy their lives. That is not what our people do. Usually, with 10 years of a stable economy, when people started saving money, so now has happened, and however, people still have some significant challenges. And life insurance is not a priority. However, we also must understand that life insurance, if they have, or any kind of insurance product, during some turbulent times, is a guarantee of security or something that helps people have a reliable, stable life, and that they have some kind of buffer to rely on should something bad happen to them. So that's one. That's something that needs to be explained. The next reason, or next factor, is easy and understandable and accessible products for people. Our professional lingo is not understandable. It's not understood by our consumers. Half of them believe that premium is what they're supposed to get, and what the others they're supposed to get, and what the insurance company is supposed to pay them, or deductible. They believe that actually also something that to be paid to them. So we need to simplify the language. Actually, our next panel is going to be on digitization. To that end, I believe that we need to move towards digitization. Well, there are certain bans, right? Prohibiting the banks from promoting and advertising the insurance products. I think we need to introduce those, and actually we need to lift all the bans. Yes, maybe some banks do not have any related or affiliated insurance companies, and that might lead to a certain competition. However, these things, these ideas will kind of penetrate the minds and the ideas and the mindset of young people, and will lead to a higher penetration of insurance. So we need the government support, we need the regulators' support, and the overall introduction of the life savings guarantee system, guaranteeing that people will have the money and that the money are protected, will help Kazakhstan move forward and grow bigger. And then we, as an institutional investors who can offer a long-term liquidity, our long contracts, will be then needing certain assets. And clearly, we will issue certain short-term instruments to guarantee this long-term money. So all of these factors will help the economy of Kazakhstan move forward together with the insurance products. Thank you, Oleg. You mentioned the digitization, the annuity plans or pension plans. These are very interesting and very relevant, and something that's raised and discussed at different platforms. So here's the question that I would like to ask Nomad Life, chairman of the board, Nomad Life CEO, Irlan Bulatovich. What can you say about digitization of annuity insurances? So what kind of product can you use as an example? Greetings. Before we talk about digitization and savings, I would like to mention the words of the previous speaker and can say that annuity insurance actually is the future of the whole insurance market. We would like the government to stimulate different aspects, which are important not only for a poor person, but also important for the overall development of the store or of the government of the state, and back it up with some additional products. And we mentioned some tax benefits and some preferences that should accompany the insurance products. There are some other ways. We do know that actually the residential savings or mortgage-related savings program has been in place for some time. Bank was doing that. We also have Bank that offers different savings to stimulate saving for the purposes of tuition fees, like future tuition fees. So there is room for other measures on the side of the government to stimulate voluntary annuity insurance plans, similar to what I have just mentioned. And it will help create this long money for the economy. And as it has already been mentioned, Artyom from Oliver Wyman company mentioned the experience of the United Kingdom, where the insurers invest their capital into long-term projects, infrastructure projects, including mortgages. And for that kind of long money to happen, we first need to without imagining that long money opportunity, we can't really start doing anything in this sector. And the reality is that this kind of annuity insurances need to be clearer, more understandable. And when it comes to a nomad life company, you will be able to see that because in order to have a contract to this annuity education insurance plan online, you just have to take 3 steps. You need to fill in the fields with your data, with your information, and then you'll have to accept the terms and conditions. And then you can conclude a contract in favor of any of your child, something that will help you pay for their education in the future. Thank you. Next question. Goes to the Standard Life CEO, Amir Khajayev Galim. Galim Tashmagambetovich, you have worked as the head of the state annuity program, where the state is the shareholder, 100% shareholder. So we would like you to share your experience, your knowledge, and maybe your opinions or maybe arguments. So what do you think about this novelty that they have introduced, implying the social corporate responsibility for businesses? Is it really beneficial for the society and for the economy? And the continuation of that question is, what is the correct development, or what is the right way to develop the compulsory insurance schemes so that would consider the opinions of the employer, employee, and the state, and the insurance sector as a business? Thank you. Well, I would like to thank the organizers that the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund is the most important institute to develop this sector, to develop the insurance sector. So let me start with the second question first. Truly, the fact that I have worked in Astana and I was the head of the state company has affected the way I think about this problem. But at the same time, I have been the active supporter, kind of proponent of the liberalization of financial sector. And I do believe that private capital is always more efficient than the state capital. So as for going to your question, I think we first need to go and look at the statistics. If you may recall, when the decision was taken, throughout these 18 years of the monetary insurance products development, in 2022, the correlation between the premiums to deductibles made 8%. In 2023, this relation increased twofold and actually reached 17%. Was it enough for the mandatory type of insurance that has been around for 18 years? I believe, and again, if we compare this against international criteria, this simply is not enough. So that is why the government decided to increase the insurance payments or the coverage versus the premium, believing that the insurance companies are kind of abusing the consumers financially. So I think they have simply mixed the annuities insurance with these just insurance products, and that is not acceptable. The right way would be to balance it off and create some balanced tariffs to reduce the burden on the employee without, undermining this whole insurance sector. Well, actually, the reform has happened and took place. I do believe that only the first stage of the reform happened, and there is still more reform ahead of us. But what happened, actually, if we look at the statistics, is that in the first 8 months, the correlation of payments to premiums made more than 8%. So statistically speaking, on one hand, the mandatory or compulsory insurance became more efficient because the payments now grew up to acceptable level. However, we must not forget that we're talking about the long money, and the way this long money and the actuary losses will change too. With the time only show us, and however the government made this step forward. However, the pension, this annuity pension plans are now mixed and in the whole mix with the other insurance products, and that was a bad thing to happen. I believe it means that the regulation will also be mixed, and it is not always a good thing for private business, because you must, we all must play at a level playing field, and the shareholders who invest in development of their businesses, they must understand the policy for the future. They must understand how to build this business, how the government is going to develop it further. The government needs to be predictable in that sense. When the policies change back and forth, up and down, then developing and growing any business is extremely difficult.
When I said it was just the first stage, it was just my opinion. There will be the following second stage in order to keep changing the system with mandatory types of insurance. The purpose being that perhaps at some point in the future, the private sector, the private capital may make a decision that, okay, we can't make money in this area. If the government wants to create a single operator there, okay, it can do so. But what will we have in the future, given this scenario? There'll be some complexities in the future. Once this single operator is established, this will bring about some risks. First and foremost, it will be about how effective this approach, this measure is, since the market will be turning 20 years old next year. There are some difficulties over the 20 years, but the market was developing nonetheless. And the share complaints, the number of complaints from the customers, the overall trend was down. The number of complaints was going down. If we get a fund as a result of this policy, similar to the mandatory medical insurance fund that we have, for example, we realize that this would be associated with potential corruption risks, improper distribution of resources, etc. So it is very difficult to give a clear, simple answer to this question. Still, I believe that the private sector, as well as the government, the relevant ministry, hopefully will be looking for compromises, and hopefully this type of business will be within the scope of the private sector, will continue to be. This is the answer to the first question. Moving on to the second question about promoting the development of life insurance. Oleg described the topic very well and described growth opportunities very well as well. Can you what we're talking about is that the major factors here is the growing standard of living. As soon as people, in other words, have enough money in order not to just buy housing or pay for education or to put them in bank deposits, but they will have other ways, other opportunities to spend their higher income, and one of those opportunities will be insurance. This will ensure the development of the market, but without the overall economic growth and the resulting improved standard of living, all those attributes might be secondary. We need that to have that overall economic growth to ensure better penetration of insurance. I think it's an important consideration. Thank you. We all know that AI and machine learning and other related technologies are developing rapidly, especially more recently. And that means that the insurance business, too, is undergoing transformation in terms of how we communicate with the clients, overall communication, sales channels, risks, and other business processes as well. Therefore, life insurers have to reconsider some of the ways they're doing business, taking those new technologies into account. Given all that, I would like to ask the chair of the executive board, Mr. Azamat Yerdesov from Freedom Life. Could you please tell us what are some of the specific steps that your company is taking in order to create a fully digital client experience? And do the relevant business processes utilize artificial intelligence as well? Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to say that we've digitalized most of our products. We sell those products online via our own website, sites of our partners, using Freedom Bank's super app. Freedom Bank is part of the same financial group. As part of this project, we're working on a project called Freedom Product Lab, where the main goal is to develop a centralized repository of expertise using big data, AI, customization, etc., many other things. We hope that over time we'll be able to develop even more expertise in this area, enabling us to offer even more customized products and even better, higher quality services for our clients, to make sure that they're able to use more services, more features electronically, without ever having to go to an office of an insurance company, without ever having to leave their home. Thank you. To continue with the same question, I recently learned that in Russia, our colleagues have a financial marketplace. It got me thinking that maybe we could establish our own here in Kazakhstan. What are some of the obstacles you think in this area? How e-commerce could be utilized for this purpose? Could you please tell us? Well, using our bank's super app, we have launched the selling of our online life insurance products. We're currently monitoring the performance, looking at the feedback, and so over time we'll be able to gather more data, enough analytics to see how our products are being purchased using a marketplace, an online marketplace. The products are very labor intensive currently. What I mean is that it's very difficult for the client to understand what a product is all about. So we're trying to simplify the processes, simplify the communication to make sure that the clients have an easier time understanding the main features of the products. It used to be that, the relevant documentations were 20 pages long. Now we just have a few pages. Perhaps we'll be able to fit all the major terms and conditions on one page in the future, making it easier for clients to understand, to select the products. Hopefully this will continue to improve. Thank you. Let's thank our speaker. Before I started asking the second question, I wanted to ask Vitaly Viktorovich if he would like to make a statement, because he was asking for the floor. Member of the audience. Microphone, please. Yes, I'm from the Association of Insurers. I'm Mr. Verevkin. I have a question for Galam and to Yerlan Balatovich. You mentioned the mandatory health insurance system, and this is kind of imposed on us to an extent, at least. And the market right now is starting to talk about changing the situation, about handling social things separately and handling risks separately, just keeping that. So, given the current political situation in our country, how safe do you believe it is to start this whole conversation, this whole discussion with the government? And I have a question, another one, to Karevich, maybe colleagues will answer too. In order to develop savings insurance schemes in the country, you, I think, didn't mention one thing that I'm always concerned about. So, it's important to be able to convince people that they should invest in those products instead of putting money on a savings account or investing in insurance, rather than investing it in an insurance savings type of product. So what do we do with inflation, in other words, how it impacts our products? That's the question. That's what the question is all about. Okay, good question. Who would like to go first? Let me go first. I have, in part, touched upon this subject already, that one should not mix several different industries as part of the same law. However, there are still some positive things that I'd like to mention. Given the social policies, the overall social policies of our government, what I liked about this decision that was made was the following. They've divided responsibility clearly between the insurers, the government, and the policyholder. So when it comes to the pension payments, the three parties are responsible for that. It is distributed between three parties. Not the policyholder, of course, but the employer. So it is important for the employer to play an important role there. So I think when the government took on the relevant commitments, I think it was able to discharge, therefore, its social responsibilities, honor its commitments to the extent that it then affected all the players in the sector. So I think we can work now in this system of checks and balances when the employer has an interest and motivation in the size of the pension payments for people who work in hazardous conditions, for example, so that it reflects that the type of job they were doing, how hazardous it was. So I think there's a motivation there for them to reduce the level of hazard. They're now motivated to do so. So I hope that in the future there will be a positive impact on the rates, on the tariffs, and bring about positive change on its own. So this is what's already been done. Whether it's correct or not long term, I think time will tell. But I represent a private insurer. I believe that one should not mix the two areas, the two scopes. What was the second question? the second question is probably was best suited for the chair of the central bank, probably. But I was reminded of the division between the risk and non-risk part. If that were done, that'll be the most efficient approach. I understand that the government decided not to take on this role because it needs budget funding from the state budget. As far as I know, the calculations that they made did not allow them to take on this additional spending from the state budget, given that the government is, the market is paying 10 times less that it collects. So they followed the path of least resistance. They looked where the money is and put the burden on where the financial resources were available. Azamat? Okay. Let me express my take on the questions asked. Mandatory insurance for employees, accident insurance. There, I believe that life insurers should discharge their social function exclusively within insurance products, such as pension annuity, education-related savings schemes, or just simpler long-term savings insurance schemes. But in this specific case, we have a mix. What is being mixed up is the insurance component on the one hand and the social responsibilities of the government. I believe that this kind of a mix led to a situation now where you would need to probably approach it in a different way later on. As Elena, Madam Bakhmutova, noted during the first session, the social agencies of the government now have these proposals so that this type of insurance should be moved completely to the public sector from the insurance market. I would disagree here, since I believe that when we're talking about the social responsibility in terms of the relationship between the employer and the employee, I think it can be regulated differently. So there's a very important social component there. So I disagree there. But when it comes to the risk component, without occupational hazards and just accident insurance, I think that's what the insurance companies can and should do. Inflation, I think you're talking primarily about what is happening to the national currency, the Kazakhstani tenge, the depreciation of national currency, the fact that the exchange rate has been quite volatile of late. I think insurance companies have a tool in their education-related programs that are indexed to the exchange rate, to the dollar. So I think when it comes to that, companies are already offering these kinds of products. As for your question, Vitaly, you talked about what to choose. Other types of investment insurance. In response, I'd like to say that insurance companies, life insurance companies, are offering some very good services. The program that I mentioned earlier today, the state education savings system, is an example of just that, where the government is promoting savings for the purpose of education. The government is paying between 5 and 7% to the in terms of contributing funding to those programs. So if we're talking about the Nomad Bolashak program specifically, longer term, if you decided to invest in your children's education, you get a long-term interest rate in US dollars between 9 and 11%. I believe that no other instrument in the market could give you such an attractive interest rate in dollars, especially the one that is guaranteed by the Insurance Payments Guarantee Fund, the organizer of this forum, actually. Thank you so much. The guests of the forum would like to ask a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just have 3 short questions. One, as I have myself a sales agency for insurances some years ago, how do you sell the life insurance? Is it through banks, corporation? Is it through sales agents? Or what's the way? How do you sell the life insurance contracts first? Second question, where do you invest the money, what you get from the people for pension funds, whatever? Do you invest in stocks? Do you invest in real estate? Do you invest in whatever? And third question, who makes the decision within the life insurance company where the money goes? Thank you.
Можно уточнить, кому адресован вопрос?
Who is the question to? Could you please clarify?
Question 2, where is the money invested?
Who should answer the question? Which of the participants should answer? Well, let me try and answer. The insurance premiums that we collect, we mainly invest them in securities market in Kazakhstan. We have quite a number of instruments that we can invest in. There are certain regulatory and prudential requirements that we need to meet, but we do have quite a number of tools in the financial market that we can invest in. We are also allowed to invest this money abroad by buying U.S. treasuries, bonds. There's certain requirements to meet there, but we can invest it to an extent abroad as well. And the requirements are not overly strict. The only thing, and this was mentioned by colleagues earlier, the colleagues mentioned that life insurance companies have these long funds to be invested long-term, but the number of instruments that are long in duration is not sufficient. In other words, we don't have enough alternative issuers in whose securities we could invest. We would like to have more of those issuers. So this is important in terms of the development of the overall financial market, securities market. Life insurance companies believe that we should have more issuers, more companies, once again, with instruments that are longer in duration, so that it would be easier to invest for the longer term. Hopefully I answered the question. Janar, would you want to add something? Let me take the first question. Thank you for the question, first of all. We are using various sales channels for life insurance products, starting with the classical, which is sort of the global part of the global trend. It's probably one of the main ones in Kazakhstan, is selling through agents, through a network of agents, where we have agents, just like in Europe, who go door to door to people's homes or employers, explaining the advantages of life insurance. This is the old school, the old way of contact between the agent and the potential client. The second important channel is physical sales through branches. We're present in pretty much all the regions of Kazakhstan. The third important channel is when you can buy life insurance through a bank or by using the bank's apps.
The fourth way, the fourth path is selling them through the partners, where the main partner's product will have integrated the life insurance as a product. You know, whether that's kind of skiing resorts or equipment for extreme types of sports and so on. And number 5, or our most favorite one, or the direction, the sales channel that would like to develop further, which is the insurance for different sports activities or sports events among sports use or engagement of athletic use into different Spartakiads or participation in different sports tournaments, sport concerts through development of healthy lifestyle. We would like to use this, take advantage of this direction to raise or to sort of kind of nurture this culture of life insurance amongst the younger generation, younger population. So, and what we all do, of course, is to try and give the client the fast payment. We understand that when a client buys the life insurance, I mean, they're not buying the life insurance, they're buying an opportunity to get a payment eventually, like should an incident or an accident happen. So that is why our main task is to guarantee or to make sure that the payments are done as fast as possible with the guaranteed payments. So guaranteed payments, fast payments. It is extremely important for us to integrate with the government's databases when a person came to the ER complaining about a broken leg, and then we receive that directly from the governmental database because the person will be there, and the person, after coming to the hospital, will have their claim submitted and will have their payment handled within 15 minutes. So we do believe that if the client receives the payment very swiftly, then I believe the people will generally start trusting and believing the insurance as a whole, including life insurance. Of course, we do have the residents of Almaty here. From the beginning of the year, we suffered a number of serious earthquakes, and now people understand and actually know that we live in a seismically active area, and people started asking questions about cat insurance, actually, for natural persons, floods, earthquakes, and so on. And we're not talking about compulsory life insurance. And what will happen we're not talking about a family losing a family member, say the main breadwinner, as a result of a serious disaster. So actually, it's interesting that it looks like the property is more important than health and well-being of the people. However, we all remember again that during the earthquake, everyone fled their apartments trying to save and rescue their lives. They ran for their lives, but want to insure the property. So that's the paradox we have in our market. Bojan, can I add? Let me add, and let me take the second question here about the instruments the life insurance companies can invest in Kazakhstan. Well, most of it, of course, is different bonds. And the currency depends on the liability of the company. I think we can redirect your question to some independent people. We have representative of Standard & Poor's, whose ranking was recently granted to Nomad Life, and we continue cooperating with them. So when they looked at and assessed our investment portfolio, I believe they can tell even more than I would do. As for the third question as to who manages it, I worked in different insurance companies, and I have the experience of working in different insurance companies. And I've heard about the cases when investment portfolio management and asset management actually handled by an external manager. Or they can be cases of companies running or managing their own assets themselves. Thank you. If we still have time, we will have a question. May I please, Bojan? Yes. I would like to add, I agree fully with what colleagues have said, but I would like to add a couple of words about the sales channels for life insurance or for voluntary annuity plan or insurances. Well, we understand actually the whole world we have M&M system, right? Something similar to the traditional Tupperware network marketing, but that's not something that works. That don't work in Kazakhstan. We do have the MLM. We do companies that use MLM systems for their marketing purposes. The fact that they work in such realities and they have persevered, I think they must be given a round of applause for that. Actually, they must be paid credits for that, really. They have been promoting the annuity insurance and other types of insurances by themselves. I do believe, actually, I hope that there will be tax reform that will support and encourage the life insurance develop and evolve even faster and even more efficiently. However, at the moment, it seems the government is trying to do the tax administration in a very generalized manner. We do have the potential, but it will not be used. It will not be tapped into without the government's incentives to develop further the life insurance sector. Thank you. We have 3 questions here. Arsen Muldagan, the floor is yours. Thank you, colleagues. Yes, I'm very happy to see the professionals here, and it is nice to listen to the people who worked in this sphere for many, many years. So my question is a kind of this blitz. Imagine that they have taken away your pension plans, no bank assurances, and what will be the product, the next driver for your sales? You mean, should I just, are you going to revoke our licenses right away? No, Жанара Дельбековна. I'm just curious, what product, except the standard products are going to be the driver of your economy? So say there are no pension plans, or there's no life insurance, there's nothing, and no one is going to give you any tax benefits. So what are you going to do? What's going to be your first product that's going to support your sales? Savings, yeah, annuity insurance. Voluntary annuity insurance is something that's going to be very promising. We're going to go to the borrowers, I guess. Yeah, we're going to focus on the borrowers. We believe that the main work of the insurance is to work with the trust of the people, with the confidence of the people, and work in a long-term kind of perspective. And as Halyk Life has already proven, we need to work with the voluntary different insurance products, education insurance, silver insurance, maybe support to your elderly parents insurance, and I guess investment life insurance is something that we could develop too. Thank you. Everything is going to be really, really bad. If you take away all this sort of, we're gonna get a whole, bunch of papers because we violated certain capital adequacy requirements and so on. However, if you believe that everything else is okay in our countries, everything else, then there are 2 things that will drive me, and I believe that annuity insurance. Yes, it's not the time, maybe it's not the situation for that. Nothing is right for that. Maybe the problems that the country is facing is not something that supports that proposal, but nevertheless, they annuity, kind of the savings insurance, and the accidents payments. Yeah, accident insurance, occupational insurance, something that to help clients feel that insurance really works. So these are the 2 directions, or these are the 2 aspects that will help the insurance market develop even without the mandatory, compulsory insurance or pension plan insurance and so on. So all we have to do is just persevere these difficult times, and this bright and promising future will one day happen. We don't have a parent bank. We don't have a parent bank. Unlike Halyk or others. So what we're going to do, what was a rhetorical question, but the practical answer will be we're going to go home. That's all. We're going to go home, maybe do nothing, or we're going to go and talk to the regulator and maybe ask the regulator to transfer the mandatory medical insurance to the private companies. And also we will start working and finding some new, points of growth. Okay, here's the question. Good day. My name is Timur. We come from Aulit Agency. We sell the voluntary life insurance products. We've worked with Halyk Life Company for more than 20 years. Throughout the year, actually, we have changed our strategy. We used to sell the annuity insurances or education insurance, but actually, we started selling the protection now. So selling the insurance as a protection. So and now we get these kind of questions. They say, do you sell motor casco, right? Or can you insure yourself against cancer? Or kind of something that will help you indemnify against those potential risks. Do you think that insurance companies will develop such products as insurance against, or insurance covering some serious illnesses, serious diseases? I mean, what we have actually 3 million tenge, that's not a lot, but actually come to us, we have up to $1 million. Everything is on our website. You can conclude your contract on the website. Okay, thanks. Now I know where to send my clients. And actually, the second question is the prospects of the agent network development. At the market of mandatory insurance, we know what is happening there. What are the prospects in terms of developing the life insurance sales channels through agencies? And now it looks like the question was for you. Thank you. We're happy that Timur and his team are here attending today's event. These are our partners, long-standing partners. Well, Gollum has just underscored that the proponents of life insurance, walked extra mile to deliver the benefits of life insurance to their clients. What Timur actually asked is quite relevant, but I think it's a question to the regulator rather than to the life insurance company, whether you can actually mix the general insurance products with the life insurance products. Also, we talk about there are some certain types of insurance that could also be covered by life insurance companies. I mean, of course, it is some overlapping maybe there of our businesses. So I think it's something that needs to be taken up with the regulator and with the agency. I mean, but what do you think? I mean, association. We're ready to support this private sector in this direction. Vitaly, here's the hand, I see. Can you please, deliver the mic? In the meantime, I would like to answer Timur's question about critical diseases. So we had an experience, we had a wonderful program really for some serious conditions, $2 million limit, $2 million limit. Actually, we have introduced this product just for the sake of only one corporate client who had 200 employees. So they had a global office. I mean, they were just a branch here because they wanted this kind of global coverage. We tried to promote it among the kind of regular people. The product was 400 and 500 euro. It's actually something affordable for, average person. But apparently, people still believe that they're not going to fall sick. No one thinks that they will have a serious condition one day or another. So as a result, we did not accumulate or didn't collect enough premiums to pay the reinsurance their expected premium, because no one wants to take this kind of risk, right? I mean, 1 million, right? No one is going to keep this risk with themselves. They have to kind of transfer this risk, and no one is going to do that in Kazakhstan. Well, the program, unfortunately, was not successful. I mean, it worked for 3 years, and we had to shut it down. And then I had to explain to all the clients and apologize for actually waiting through this grace period of 180 days. 80 days. They made the prolongation 3 times, and they were happy continue paying this insurance. But we had to shut down the program. And the reason to that was that our market was really small, really narrow. We simply do not have enough or sufficient number of consumers capable of paying that kind of premium, 300 and 400 euro. That is. Well, I agree. And actually, we, like Oleg, are trying to follow same difficult and treacherous paths, but we were able to offer an installment plan for our clients for this 500 euros. We work with the agents, and we will be happy to see us with our company. So do come and do kind of buy this kind of products with us. Thank you. Oh, see, that's a good hunting. No one seems to be asking the questions that would drive interest to our company, so I had to come up with this kind of statements. Spiels. Okay, good day. Asıl Turgayev, Marketing Standard Life. So, it is good that we have 80% of life insurance market represented on this arena, and the person who consolidates their position, the position of the market. We talk a lot about the development of savings insurance or annuity insurance, but until now, no one can really measure the volume of life insurance market or the coverage thereof. If we talk about the pensions plans, I mean mandatory pension plans, or the medical insurance, again, plan, which is also mandatory, we can see the reports of the National Bank. However, when it comes to life insurance, it is all in a aggregated manner. It all says voluntary products, voluntary insurance products, so all sorts of products, including life insurance and so on. So for the National Bank to change the reporting system and to provide a more transparent data, the market needs to change the way they submit their data. I'm a marketing specialist and I have to prepare all these reports regularly. So, is there a way to change the reporting so that we could track the market dynamics and market development? If you could ask the National Bank to give this instruction to the companies. Well, thank you. This is a very good idea. Yes, we're ready to help and support. No. Do not give out promises. This is marketing, they need to track the sales, they need to know where they are. I mean, it's a good position. Yes, okay, everyone is here, the insurance companies here, the regulators here, we're going to agree. No, that you can't get our consent that easily, we're going to discuss it. No, okay, we discuss it at the market, we'll cancel different person. No, I think there's nothing wrong with the volunteering some information or disclosing some information. If you remove the mandatory, then the voluntary insurance products make only 0.8% of the market. I mean, with that almost negligent amount, I don't think you really need to have more detailed information because you can call it the blue ocean of insurance. Vitaly, you had a question? Well, I see the regulator here, I see everyone here, so nevertheless. We recently received a very interesting table on liberalization, and they had some ideas about transfers or kind of delegation of certain types of insurances from the state to the private place and vice versa. So,
В рамках вмененного страхования предусматриваются достаточно серьезные выплаты по жизни и здоровью.
So the imputed insurance actually is being developed in the companies on general insurance. You also know that there is this 5,000 tenge kind of threshold. There is medical liability insurance that's also being proposed. Also, the imputed liability for mass gatherings or for crowds and so on. All of this money, all of these payments are done simultaneously. And clearly, when the company pays 20 million tenge at once, it is going to be of interest for the clients in a quasi-state sector because they help people receive this money, and oftentimes actually these kind of money go to wrong pockets, just to the people or mediators who help people get the insurance payments. So maybe we need to pay attention to this to the situation that we have at the moment. When these kind of general insurance companies, they do the payment, they should not do it directly to the recipients. They should kind of transfer it to the private insurance companies who will then handle them and pay to the recipients. And I do know that the regulator is here, and that's why I asked this tricky question. They're going to take away this product very soon from the general insurance companies.
May I try and answer this? We're colleagues with Vitaly in terms of our background. We're both lawyers by training, so I understand what it is that he's talking about. I believe that this is a very interesting and a correct proposal, since the annuities can only be paid only by life insurance companies. If the person causes the damage. So we are basically, by not including the insurance institution, we're basically not changing the system. The question is whether the regulator is ready to change the payout system when the premium is collected by the general insurance company for general insurance, but then periodic payments are made by a life insurance company. I believe this is up for discussion. We already had in our history when the premiums were collected by general insurance companies and paid by life insurance companies, and there were lots of issues there. As the persons who were injured were suffering the process. So in legal terms, I will agree with Vitaly, but in practical terms, based on the experience that that we had previously on the mandatory employee accident insurance, in practical terms, I will disagree. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. If didn't have time to ask questions during the session, you can do so during the coffee break. We'll have some time for that. I'd like to thank everyone once again for all the opinions expressed, all the arguments made by all of our speakers. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Уважаемые гости, мы приглашаем вас на кофе-брейк.
Dear guests, the
Начало
coffee break is
четвертой
starting.
сессии
The fourth
состоится
session
в 16:25.
will start at 4:25 p.m.
Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы. Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе. Мы готовы.
Только рад, только рад. Да, да. Все, спасибо большое. Спасибо, спасибо большое. Пробивай.
Что, поставили?
Да, да, пробивай, пробивай. Нет, нет, ты, оно меня программа. Уважаемые участники, просим пройти в зал. Мы начинаем нашу четвертую панельную сессию.
The ballroom. We're starting our fourth session.
Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к
Please take
программе.
your seat and get ready to start the next session.
Просьба начать занимать свои места и готовиться к программе.
Please take your seats
Мы
and
готовы.
get ready to start.
Приветствуем всех вновь и переходим к следующему этапу
Welcome
мероприятия.
everyone once again, and we're
В
starting our
четвертой и
next
последней
session,
сессии
which is the
нашего
fourth
форума
and
мы
last session
обсудим
of our
вопросы
forum.
дальнейшей
The
цифровизации
topic is
страхового сектора,
continued
проанализируем
digitalization
влияние новых
of the
технологий
sector
на
and the
страховой
impact of new
рынок и
technologies. We
выявим
will
перспективы для
analyze
его
this
развития.
impact and look at the development prospects for the market as well. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I would like to especially thank those who have stayed till the last session. Colleagues and I have been making bets as to how many people will be left in the room by now. But since we have the leaders of your companies speaking, hopefully there'll be enough attendance. My name is Marlen Tsikhaev. I'm an advisor to the president of Freedom Finance Global. I've been involved in digitalization and related issues, this whole field, for a long time. So that's why I was invited to moderate this coming session. We have Evgenia Shemidyan, our first speaker, Deputy Head of the Executive Board of the Halyk Insurance Company, Ruslan Umarov, General Director of the First Credit Bureau, Dorian Imanjanov, Head of the Executive Board of Nomad Insurance, as well as Asamat Kerimbayev, the Head of the Executive Board of Freedom Insurance. have a lady among us. So the first question will be to you, Evgenia. A very short introduction first, though. Since digitalization is becoming more and more important in our life overall, it is developing in the insurance sector, obviously, as well. So what we have on our agenda today is a number of issues related to digitalization of our industry, such as, first and foremost, data security. That is on everyone's agenda, ensuring proper access privileges, integrating your solutions with various government-owned databases that we have the important project of a joint or single database for insurance companies. So mainly we'll be discussing those issues today. However, the speakers may also choose to discuss the specific cases that they feel like sharing. So the first question, once again, is more to you, Evgenia. You are representing the largest financial group in our country, Halyk. You have a lot of clients in various sectors. The question is, to what extent do digital solutions enable or help you to develop your insurance business? You were an investment banker before, but now you're involved in insurance. Additionally, is there any are there any obstacles related to digitalization? Maybe they're hampering your business in some ways. Good afternoon. I'll probably start with your first question related to the advantages and disadvantages of working with the benefit of digitalization. We're part of Halyk Group. We're part of the overall Halyk environment. We can use various digitalization solutions already developed as part of the financial group. We're off to a good start. In 2021, when we first gained access to Halyk's super app, our online sales back then only accounted for 17% of our sales. They now account for 67% of our sales. We're represented on the super app for individuals of Halyk Group, but also in the online portal for companies, the wholesale portal. In terms of challenges related to digitalization, more specifically, the issues are related to regulation. What hampers us is the introduction of access controls to personal data that was introduced on the 1st of May. The most frequent cases, and I see that you're nodding in agreement, or you probably don't face those issues, but when you have a client adding someone to insurance policy and that automatically generates a text message to issue consent, it comes to a third party, we don't get a response from that third party, perhaps meaning that those third parties individuals were not notified on time, or maybe there are issues related to sessions. The text message is valid for only a short period of time, but we keep sending those text messages. But oftentimes we get requests from the regulator related to this, that the client has never asked for any services from us. We check, we verify, but that really affects the client experience in a negative way. It makes it that much more complicated. We're talking about digitalization also, but also we have important legal requirements still mandating that some documents should be provided on paper. So we are advanced. Almost everything can be done online. Many things can be done online, but birth certificates, certificates or marriage certificates, death certificate, they're supposed to provide it on paper, the original documents. Which brings us to another problem. When we talked about digitalization, we talked about maintaining the archives electronically. But still, by law, we're supposed to keep paper archives for a long time, for a very long time, for a large number of years. So that's an important burden as well. So have I answered your question? I hope so. well, everyone participating works in the insurance market, so they have to deal with every day. But since you are paying a lot of attention to digitalization, you have your own apps, as mentioned. So perhaps you have some products or not products, but the question is whether digitalization. I was told that. Are you going to have a presentation, or were you planning? You're planning to show a presentation? Yes, I do have a short presentation. I just wanted to show our experience of digitalization, to share that with you. We have our history here. As I said, back in 2021, we were selling only 17% online. Now the share is 67%, the share of online sales. There was an increase in number of visits from 3,000 to 5,500 per day. The two main sales channels are own website and Halik's super app. Their share is approximately the same, the two main channels. Of course, we do have an interest in diversifying the sales channels. This was mentioned during the previous session several times. What I mean is a financial marketplace, a financial supermarket. I think if it's available, or once it becomes available, I think we'll be able to take advantage of that. We'd like to. The product range is presented here. Vehicle insurance, including casco, comprehensive property insurance, insurance for tourists, accident insurance, the full range. We're working on extending the product offering. We'll be adding new products. And this is for consumers, for the wholesale customers, for legal entities. We sell mandatory third-party insurance, among others, and insurance for notaries as well. And we're working on extending that offering as well. In terms of where the digital transformation process may lead us, and the most important things to bear in mind in that journey, they include, obviously, cybersecurity. This will be one of our products eventually. This will not be available online, but this is directly related to the topic of this session. Since the more products we sell online, the more risks we're dealing with. Operations risks, other types of risks. I think it affects not just us, but banks as well, investment banks, other insurance companies. So we believe that this kind of a product offering will be a strategic asset for us in the future. Thank you, Evgenia. I think we will give an opportunity for the speakers to ask my questions, the moderators' questions, and towards the end of the session, we will have enough time, given the number of speakers were not able to attend due to illness, means that we have more time available for you, those who are in attendance. So towards the end, the audience will have a chance to ask questions as well. So I will continue with my questions to the speakers in no particular order. The next question is to Ruslan Umarov, the General Director of the First Credit Bureau. You've been working in this position for a long time. So when it comes to digitalization, I remember the very first time we met related to digitalization 8 years ago when we came to to manage the Government for the Citizens initiative. He was the one who said, Ruslan was the one who said that he has a lot of solutions that will be necessary for digitalization of government services. He was deputy chair of Forte Bank for a time. I've known you for a long time. What brought you to this whole field of digitalization for the insurance market? Thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, this was a deliberate goal that we set, actually. So it's not something that you can describe as leading us there. We were deliberately going there. This was one of our goals. There are certain distortions, I believe, in the legal framework that some companies are, only some companies can maintain the unified insurance database. We've been trying to enter this market for a long time, but we kept running into difficulties. As a result, we have presented Euro Protocol, a general solution for the market, to address the incidents related to traffic accidents. Secondly, we're working with the market and with the regulator on the idea to establish a data consortium to implement IFRS 17, which I think you know this very well. We've been discussing this for a long time, and finally, we are at the completion of this process when it comes to insurance, the financial aspects. I think we're entering the final stretch now. So I think entering the market via IFRS 17 has good potential, and it stands to benefit all stakeholders. You also realize probably that the financial sector, i.e. the banks, microfinance, is more advanced in terms of digitalization compared to the insurance sector. And we've been able to do a lot, actually, when it comes to automation and digitalization of the financial sector. The First Clearing Bureau is part of the infrastructure. It provides a full range of services for the financial market so that you can make a number of decisions on the fly. We would like to do exactly the same for the insurance sector, including analytics, fraud-related things, etc. This is it. We're trying to enter this area and do more in this area. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. So some key takeaways. The unified database for insurance should be open to everyone. You say those who are ready to administer the insurance databases, those who are ready in technical terms and in terms of infrastructure, they should be given this opportunity. Yes, actually, the essence of this unified database, the role of the government is as follows. The company should provide a unique ID number for an insurance policy. So this is the only functionality that cannot be handled by the market. The rest can. Maintaining the unified database, maintaining all the rest of the database that are required for the insurance sector, all that can be handled by the market. Therefore, I believe that one shouldn't be afraid to give that to the market, let the market handle it. Thank you for the answer. Another comment. 2 years ago, I started working in the insurance market based on an invitation from the shareholders of the Freedom Group, and I started to do things that I know most about. Started working with the government. I don't know why the attitude towards the insurance market is this kind of an attitude. The insurance market is treated as a much less important player for some reason compared to banks. But the banks are providing you with funds, they're lending to you, but insurance companies are important too. They provide insurance coverage. Obviously, they are a very important player as well. So I believe that the insurance sector warrants adequate attention as well. Yes, but the banking market, if you look at it, and the microfinance market, they start realizing much earlier that the data that the government has, the government maintains, are very important for decision making, and therefore they started digitalization much earlier than the insurance sector. In other words, the insurance sector more or less started working on digitalization back in 2020 or 2021, not earlier than that, when they started working on online policies, etc., because the legal framework couldn't keep up, so it was treated as an afterthought compared to banks. Banks were much more advanced, as I said, and many of those financial groups, those ecosystems, started spearheading on the development in many areas. I believe that the insurance sector is slightly behind, but only slightly. There are still opportunities to jump 2 or 3 steps and catch up with the banks, catch up with the rest of the financial sector. Thank you, Ruslan. Well, your response is quite expected, I think. Every week there seems to be one more new startup company with an interesting idea in the insurance sector and offering solutions on digitizing the market. Thank you very much for the answer. The next question goes to my colleague, the person who initially explained clearly to me what the insurance market is all about, Azamat Kerimbayev, CEO of Freedom Insurance. Many of you know Azamat as one of the pioneers, one of the trailblazers of digitalization, the person who would like to digitize as many processes as possible. I have the following question for you. I haven't discussed this question for him. So, Azamat, you are spending some resources, you're making an effort to digitalize. Is your lead generation becoming less costly in the process? That's the question. I have mentioned this several times before. Digitalization is a buzzword, but still, digitalization is an important process, but a costly process. If you look at the Western markets, 10 years ago, everyone started focusing on digitalization and client analytics. Now, 10 years later, the Western market is taking a critical look at the effectiveness of digitalization and the cost-benefit ratio of this whole exercise. So you approach this in purely financial terms, and then the cost of attracting a client by digitalization is not going down. It's actually going up sometimes, since the whole chain of services that need to be integrated, that whole service is becoming only more expensive. A colleague previously expressed a very important thought. We're buying services from the government, in essence. What are the advantages of digitalization when it comes to the government databases? And what is the reason why that one should do it, even though it pays for itself only over a longer period of time? My colleagues know that I've been working with client analytics for a long time, and back when I started selling those solutions, everyone was asking the same question. Okay, you're going to get access to the data, my client's data. I could never resolve this issue of selling it successfully. But today, if you think about it, not a single insurance company, even those who are involved in the unified insurance database, not a single company owns the personal data. The private data of our clients is owned by only the government. If you look at the financial reports of the relevant government agencies, regardless of whether it's a state-owned company or a quasi-state entity, everyone is paying for access to personal data to the owner, such as the Ministry of Labor or the tax authority, the State Revenue Committee, and other government agencies. So if you have the resources, or if you have gone through this whole journey of digitalization, yes, it will be costly, but then you have an opportunity to tap into an unlimited number of clients, regardless of where they are insured. If you have consent from the individual or the entity who's consented to the use of their data, you can approach them, and you can offer your products to them. This is the first potential advantage of digitalization, despite the short-term increases in the costs. So I hope I have answered your question. Okay, we'll move on to the next question right away.
I see Ruslan is nodding here. So who creates this data? If you're interested, it's a natural person. If you're interested in a legal entity, then the shareholder, right? The shareholder of a legal entity. Some time ago, we were preparing a draft law, the draft law on personal data, that would allow, in the future, give the president a constitutional right to reproduce certain data in the businesses, in production, manufacturing, anywhere else. And then a certain operator or operators, as Ruslan likes it, could then administer this data later, where the ultimate beneficiaries who have used your data would then pay a certain kind of royalty. However, it's just, they didn't support us. We participated in the first hearing, and that was it. It's slightly different. Since we started talking about data, I wanted to make a remark. We have recently ordered a study on data market, and actually a data market of Kazakhstan. So apparently 500 million USD per annum is the volume of the data market in Kazakhstan, whereas the data economics with the multiplier of 3 and close to 4 makes up to about $2 billion a year, given the multiplier. So this is actually the answer to your question, that the cost of the client increases because everyone wants to monetize what they have. Whether that's a public agency, whether that's a private company, they all want to monetize something, and it's going to be even more expensive. No one is going to give you data for free. And actually, no free data. No such thing as free data is available. And the last question from me, addressed to the person who has presided, who has led for more than 10 years an insurance company, who has witnessed different initiatives of the state, of the government, where there were different super programs, such as Digital Kazakhstan, where different sectors of the economy were digitalized, COVID period, post-COVID period. So, Daurian, you for 11 years with the head of Nomad Insurance as the CEO of the company, and of course you went through all these processes. However, no matter how you put it, digitization has penetrated this kind of sector, especially when it comes to natural persons. But nevertheless, the overwhelming share of the income is accumulated by the corporate sector, and that one that lacks any kind of digitization. They have people instead of digital, instead of data. So you, as a CEO, do you believe that this direction will be digital, or people and human beings are better than digital? Well, thank you for such a brief presentation, introduction, and the question. Well, it's a very good question, really. We do believe that in it is the digitalization that we trust. We believe and we can see what's happening with the banks, like what Kaspi has done, what other banks are doing. However, insurance is a slightly different product, and marrying insurance and digitalization is a bit difficult. I was actually surprised by this data that Evgenia quoted, 60% of all the sales. That's a high number. And this really is in volume of your online sales, then it is impressively high. When we talk to the insurers and experienced ones, then many of them see and treat the insurance online sales in a very kind of extended way. That can be sales from their offices and so on. For me, online sales is something that happens online when on a website or an application, the client chooses to buy an online product or an insurance policy without the help of a consultant or anyone to advise them or anyone to help him. That is something that I call the pure online purchases. Whereas if it's not the case, then then it's different. However, if it is the case, then I can only applaud you. Well, as for your question, I think it's going to happen very fast for natural persons. We see the trend. We see what the Euro Protocol is doing and how it is affecting people. People getting used to it. Insurance in Europe, actually, as Rodolfo said, came through the habit, through the force of habit. And people are used to doing it online or offline. And actually, the insurances developed in a totally different way, maybe evolved in a totally different way. I think it will take us 40 to 50 years to reach the same level of insurance that Europe has. This is exactly why I said that we are mentally very similar to the people of Turkey. Despite the earthquakes that they have suffered, it looks like the share will still remain low. As for the corporate clients, I still believe in offline sales more than in online sales. Well, because I myself kind of as a salesperson, and I know what it's like to sell to a corporate client. No matter actually how convenient, how good you do it, how well you do it, no matter how great of a product you offer for a corporate client, the difficulty is that when a corporate client considers any kind of insurance, usually they will come up with lots of questions. They can be questions from not one person, but the different sectors, commercial director, accountant, maybe from the shareholders, and so on. Say property insurance, right? There is a standard questionnaire that is available, that needs to be filled in, that needs to be attached. However, it might all be easy. However, it will be very difficult for the insurer to insure corporate clients' real estate or property, because even if they start communicating online, it will still grow into an offline meeting. We're talking about tariff conditions, reinsurance, the sprinkles, different firefighting equipment that they have, fire safety and fire hazard solutions that they use, and so on, especially if we talk about large-scale property or real estate. Same goes to cargo insurance that we were first to launch. The online insurance does exist on our website, but it's been 2 years that this product was in place, but we sold only one product, one policy online. It is simply because one company who's already our client simply bought this policy for one shipment from Astana to Almaty once. We have invested huge amounts of money in advertising, in promotion, in marketing, but it was very expensive and not effective. So I do think that it's not going to pay back in the upcoming 2 or 3 years. Thank you. Just to add, it depends on the product. You know, corporate products can be sold online. For instance, the Freedom Insurance is demonstrating a growth in insuring in advance, it's called. Yeah, advance insurance. It's something that can easily be digitized and can then be scored and can then be sold online. Well, you know, when they ask me, do you need digitization or not? I mean, can I take this time, right? Just a couple of minutes. I remember this joke. There are 2 hunters running away from a bear. So one of them, takes off his rubber boots, puts on the sneakers, and starts running. And so one says, I mean, why are you doing? Because the bear's speed is 60 kilometers an hour. You're not gonna, pass him over. But his peer has said, I don't have to run quicker and faster than the bear. All I have to do is just run faster than you. And that's the reality. We all have to run faster than our competitors. Okay, let me add the statistics. This year, we sold Casco on our website, actually through the website. We sold this Casco insurance for 3 million tenge. That's the premium for 2024. So the sales agents or salespersons, our strengths, our force, they sold voluntary Casco products for 1.3 billion tenge. That's the difference between online and offline. The voluntary insurance needs to be sold, needs to be actively marketed. And I really don't know what you could do, what you should do on your website or on your application so that the client will pull out their phone and would just buy insurance for their apartment or their car or anything else. Well, I really don't know what needs to happen. Like our colleague from Turkey said, it has to become mandatory. It needs to be compulsory that you cannot connect to electricity or gas or water without buying an insurance. Maybe that's the only way forward. Well, it looks like ecosystems run. Yeah, I mean, in terms of what sells. Well, Ruslan, you were you were ahead of my thought line of thing. Well, Halyk is the large financial group. Nomad is the only mono brand that sells insurance products only. My very first insurance was with Nomad. I was back a student back then. And actually, I remember I was surprised to see that the staff and employees of Nomad Insurance were buying cars already, earning a lot of money. So, okay, that's just a side comment. But we all have same kind of shared clients, right? Because they all are involved in mandatory fraud insurance. I'm talking about the liability insurances. And they are pampered, actually. They're really spoiled. All they have to do, all you just pick out your ID and they're going to do everything else for you. Then the COVID came, so all you had to do was just fill in the two lines. So our pampered and spoiled brat of a client couldn't finish even the two lines. You can see that they will put in their taxpayer's number. They wouldn't even put in their car number that would just leave the page because they do not want to do anything on their own. You can, by automation, try to simplify things, but it's not something that will help you change the mindset of the people, the way they think. So maybe a Turkish example is a good kind of justification for that. I believe and I think that the market will change if we streamline our traffics. And traffics is kind of trying to integrate into the processes where an insurance is needed. However, when you are not aware of an insurance, because insurance is something that happens late, right? And we're not alone. We are competing against the fraudsters. When they call you, pretending to be a police officer, or when they call you pretending to be CAS post, or someone calls you saying, "Oh, your insurance is coming to an end or expiring." So we think they are fraudsters too. So we need to combat digital fraudsters with the help of. Well, colleagues, I thought we had 20 minutes for Q&A, but actually now it's 36 seconds because this was the time of our two speakers. I thought that Azamat and Ruslan will come up with something additional, but they didn't. So I do have a question for the two of you. You two are specialists, high-level professionals of data processing. Is client scoring important today? Does it change the financial aspects of the company or of the product? Does it really change? Does it affect? Well, scoring is the number of points that you can extract from the raw data. Someone knows how to process and how to work with that raw data to generate a scoring, but someone cannot do that and does not do that. However, in any case, scoring allows you to understand quickly whether you need to work with the client or not. I'm talking about the scoring, kind of per se, without its association with the lending or so on. So actually, it is important for quick decision-making here and now, because it's something that can get you, kind of preliminary sense whether you want to work with the client and continue kind of relationship with the client or not. And then the process continues, and then you know for sure that you're not going to say no to this client because they have a poor credit history, because the scoring has already demonstrated that as a kind of adequate or reliable client. So I do therefore believe that scoring is important, that scoring shows you the current state of play of the client, and it helps you strengthen or kind of emphasize the sales vortex for the company. Yeah. So, well, I would like to capture two questions: whether you can digitize the corporate business, and second question, why do you need the scoring, and whether it is useful or not. So, I think, to my mind, the digitization of the corporate business looks as following. It is the digitization of the corporate sales is not removing a mediator or intermediary between the product and the sales. The client, actually, it is transferring to an online format, to a digital format, and then optimization of the client's experience. Say we have anti-money laundering and financial terrorism efforts, right? So before we start business relationship with the client, we need to do the know your client procedure. We need to collect the ID of the CEO, deputy CEOs, all the shareholders, and actually run them through certain controls and inspections. So probably someone does that now, but something tells me that many insurance companies just rubber stamp these kind of requirements because it's very difficult to enforce. So when I say that, when I talk about the access to the databases of the government, so getting the consent of the CEO to handle and to process the data of a legal entity, we then can access all other databases of related individuals and entities. And this is the kind of essence of the digitization for me. I do not require the salesperson to make the copies, make all of the copies of the ideas and send them to me and archive them. This is the digitization for me. Second is the scoring. We actually gradually introducing the insurance scoring. The colleagues asked me not to discuss the liability here, but actually insurance scoring is present for the legal entities too. So it was mentioned, and rightfully so, that Freedom Insurance is a leader for some types and kinds of insurance, and we do apply the scoring for legal entities. And if we ask you why we do that, we want to expedite the decision making. And scoring is something that allows you to do that quickly, almost instantaneously, once the taxpayer's number of a legal entity has been downloaded, has been logged. And the second benefit of this scoring, it helps you kind of somehow automate the process. So introduction of a scoring is not something that it needs to be done for retail only. We do believe that it can be introduced and should be and is well used for corporate businesses as well. Thank you. This was my answer. Well, since you started advertising, can I please add a couple of words too? KYC.kz. Please do come. We have more than 50 databases of the state bodies, and you can get a full KYC. We check the companies from A to Z. Okay, what about the quote right away? You know, we check the company, and we can reveal all of the affiliation and everything else. And we do have the scoring of legal entity. We have a scoring for real estate. We have scoring for movable property. So if you need to take very quick decisions for specific products, for certain objects, then we will provide information to you. So do come to our first credit bureau. We'll be happy to answer your question and to get your money too.
So get as much as possible from the speaker. Thank you, dear colleagues. We do have sufficient time for questions from the audience. If you have any questions, distinguished members of the audience, you can ask them now to our speakers. The microphones are available somewhere here on the side, I think, of the room. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and a microphone will be passed to you. No one is raising any hands. We have 4 speakers. We have like 15 members of the audience. 10 people under you for each one of the distinguished speakers. 10 of your subordinates. None of them wants to ask a question. Any questions from the audience? I'll do it once. I'll ask once again, if I may add something to kind of continue with the previous question related to the cost effectiveness of generating leads and clients. When it comes to the insurance companies, it kind of evolved this way. Maybe it's changing, but often we look at our business specifically in terms of or exclusively as our insurance business. If it's not paying back, I mean, any initiatives in digitalization, we don't do it. But if we have an ecosystem of companies, Eurasia, Halik, Kazakh Maize could also be treated as an ecosystem, Freedom Group, those companies that are ecosystems, whole ecosystems, then we may have other objectives going beyond just the insurance business. So sometimes we need to consider other parts of our business, such as banking. I'll give you a specific example, mandatory third-party insurance. Last year, 2023, Eurasia, the market leader, that is generating 3.5 billion tenge a month for this business, decided to reduce the sales volumes. What happened after that? We can all see the market was spread much more thinly among 5 or 6 companies that are generating more than 1 billion tenge a month. Freedom Finance, for example, has been able to increase their sales several-fold in the course of just several months by doing nothing really. Just clients being redistributed between different companies. It may seem that with the current rates in the market, given the level of inflation, etc., it would not be attractive to deal with this class of insurance, and one would not like to command a large market share in the retail side of the market. However, if you look at it a different way, from the standpoint of the entire ecosystem, when we get consent for processing of personal data, for instance, this means that we can provide valuable information to our sister bank or a micro lender. We can give them valuable information, which means that a micro lender or a bank that is part of the same ecosystem, part of the same financial group, can start offering loans, lending products to those clients. For example, the experience shows is that a large number of those clients are attractive, can become lending customers. So if you approach it from the standpoint of the entire ecosystem, that means that the investment in digitalization pays for itself, indeed, when it comes to the entire ecosystem. Secondly, there are 2 solutions in the insurance market available today as part of Euro Protocol. And as far as I know, we have exactly 50% of that market. Therefore, I would like to note that for the first insurance, the Forced Credit Bureau, it's a different situation, but using our 80% of the users are not clients of Freedom Insurance, but since all of them consented for me to process their personal data, it means that Freedom Insurance has access to all the clients of all the other insurance companies and I can offer them all sorts of other solutions, Casco for their vehicle, many other types of insurance as well. So digitalization erases those borders. You're no longer able to say, in some instances at least now, that it's just your client. So if we're talking about mandatory third-party insurance not being profitable, we need to think about how microlenders approach this whole thing. In other words, stop making money on the insurance business, but start making money on commission. For example, previously today we had another panel discussion for life insurance companies. There's an active growth in sales there for accident insurance and life insurance. This is related to credit products where there's important commission income. And for banks and for the insurance organization, generate an important part of their commission income or fee income. So why can't we do the same as the banks are doing related to the sale of spare parts, for example, since our clients are buying them anyway. Euro Protocol mobile app and platforms like these in the future will turn into marketplaces where an unlimited number of clients of various different insurance companies can get other services, not directly related to insurance, such as repairing their car, buying spare parts, checking whether they owe anything in traffic fines, etc. This is the essence, actually, of digitalization. This is why we are investing in digitalization, and not just because we want to optimize our costs related to our insurance business, not just because of that. Thank you very much for addressing it so clearly. Any questions from the audience after Azamat's statement? Okay, we have a question.
Раз-два. Добрый вечер, коллеги.
Good evening, distinguished
На
colleagues.
самом деле, да, вот сейчас интересное обсуждение.
Indeed, we're having a very interesting discussion now, initiated by Azamat. To continue, I'd like to ask a more general question, perhaps a philosophical question. What is our
Как вы думаете, и можем ли мы на эту тему
eventual goal when it comes to
Как вы видите
digitalization?
идеальный мир цифровизации?
Where are we going, and
в частности,
what is the end
страхование, в первую
result?
очередь.
The ideal world when it comes to digitalization and when it comes to the insurance business. This is a question to everyone, right? Make sure. My name is Hanbalot. Make sure you introduce yourself and tell us who the question is addressed to. So I suggest that the speakers take turns. The rest of the speakers, Azamat just finished talking, so the rest of the speakers can take turns answering this question, I guess. This is an interesting question. What is the end point of this journey? What is the destination? Well, there are no global sort of objectives there, but I think that I would allow for digitalization to keep developing actively for the experience to be more and more convenient for the clients. And in the offline sphere as well, lots of questions are being asked now about whether we should continue using the agents, the actual people who are selling insurance. Maybe they should be banned, some say. But I've been working in the insurance sector for 20 years. I've been studying the European as well as other Western experience, American experience in insurance, and not just insurance, the overall approach to sales models. And based on that, I can tell you that a very active role in insurance is played by insurance agents. If you take the United States, specifically, I mentioned last time, I'll say it again, they're like whole clans where the grandfather is an agent and father is an agent, their son is an agent as well. And it is convenient for people to just go across the street to their neighbor who is an insurance agent and tell them, please help me insure my car, I don't want to go anywhere, do it the way you usually do, I trust you. That kind of a model. What I've mentioned previously means that it's an effective way to sell insurance. The younger generation can buy it on the website or via an app or via a bundled solution. You know, it's part of your overall utilities bill, for example. All those additional channels are, of course, welcome. It needs to be as varied as possible. Digitalization should continue to develop. We should continue pushing Azamat, as expensive as it may turn out to be. We should still continue to do it, because even though it's costly, if we don't do it ourselves, no one will do it for us. Well, for me, the point of digitalization overall is about making sure that we switch to fully electronic documentation, move away from paper. I agree with Darren that any product should be available to any one of our customers through any channel. If online works better for them, if it's more convenient, they can use the online channels. If the offline channels work better for them, they should be available as well. For us, the end point of this journey, strategically, is to make sure that regulation should be 100% online, and sales should be working 100% electronically. Digital signatures, tokens, etc., but not on paper. That's the strategic goal. Everything should be done via the first credit bureau, right? I do agree with Evgenia, of course. It should be convenient for the client, but that's just the front office part. But if we drill down, we should take a more comprehensive look at digitalization inside, within a company. It needs to be as automated as possible, reducing human error as much as possible, and the cost of routine transactions would also decrease due to digitalization. So digitalization in the back office as much as possible, and as much digital offering as possible in the front office parts, so that customers can have as much of a choice, as broad a choice as possible. They can choose from as many online and/or offline solutions as possible. What I would like to add is the following. The end point for our industry or for our country, if you'd like, I believe is this. There was recently a very interesting case when our government, if I'm not mistaken, is selling the Kazakhstani e-golf solution, was selling it to the government of Uzbekistan. Yes, Kazakhstan, in other words, is taking its experience in digitalization for e-government solutions, is already packaging that and trying to sell the e-government solution in the region to the other countries of Central Asia. So in our case, I believe our industry, the insurance industry here, should be able to eventually export those solutions as well, package and export them to other countries. It should be able to do so. That would be a valuable strategic destination. Your protocol, the way it's developed in Kazakhstan and implemented in Kazakhstan, I think down the line we'll be able to export them to countries in Central Asia. Actually, it's very complicated. When everything is automated here, you go there and you realize that you'd have to downgrade. Well, we'll start with the government solution and then as a platform, and then we can move on to the insurance sector, perhaps. I'd like to emphasize one thing. Probably someone is keeping minutes, and perhaps there'll be some proposals made as a result of our regulator, some suggestions. We're talking about fully digital documentation. It's a question about archives for the laws and regulations. Several years ago, we were acquiring the London Almaty Insurance Company. I didn't have any experience in the insurance market back then, so I was dealing with all the other aspects, not directed really to insurance, marketing, and other things. And I realized the archive requirements are to store paper documents for up to like 70 years. But this is an important area to address as well, I realize. Digitalization in terms of legal requirements, laws and regulations that contain requirements on archiving. Perhaps it needs to be reconsidered. We are going towards 100% digitalization, but do you need to eventually print the document out and store it in the paper archive or not? So the requirements need to be clear, and I think, in a sense, we are making this important progress in digitalization. This should apply to archives as well. I am sure that the companies who've been operating for a long time, their paper archives are an important part of your costs. You probably rent some space for your archives, etc. You need to comply with other important requirements. So if you'll be looking at laws and regulations more generally, please take a look at this important subject of the need for paper archives. Next question.
Добрый вечер, коллеги. Александр
evening, colleagues. My name
Сумин,
is
руководитель
Alexander
дирекции
Sumin. I am
страхования
the head of
банка «Центр
the
Кредит». У меня вопрос к представителям
insurance director
страховых
at Bank
компаний.
Center Credit. I have a
Вот
question
мы
to
сегодня
the
говорим про
representatives of insurance
цифровизацию.
companies. We're
И
discussing
хотелось бы
digitalization
узнать,
today.
используете ли вы
Therefore, I'd like
в
to
своих процессах
ask the following
машинное
question. Do you
обучение,
use
искусственный
machine
интеллект,
learning,
в
AI, in your
частности,
processes?
допустим, в предстраховых или после наступления страхового случая, осмотрах?
Pre-insurance
Если нет,
stage
то
or
планируете
after
ли,
insured event
работаете
takes
ли в этом
place?
направлении? Спасибо.
And if not, do you have any plans to do so? We do see opportunities for using AI in underwriting, settling claims, and in other selected areas as well. We're working on that currently. Please allow me to answer this question as well. Yes, we are using AI and machine learning. There is a pre-insurance assessment. It's an important part of the process. It's part of the casco insurance products. Everything is done online. It's not done in person. So we had to address this issue so that we can do it without the involvement of humans. So we are using a solution now. AI is a buzzword now, but we are using algorithms for this purpose. We're using ChatGPT algorithms and other services available today, such as a text editor, as well as image recognition. So when the policyholder is taking pictures of their vehicle, based on our instructions, then computer vision detects any damage to the vehicle and the level of this damage, minor, medium, or major. This is one of the examples of the solutions that we use. Secondly, we use ChatGPT for another purpose. That is so that in a report there will be a text description. So based on computer vision, based on image recognition that we perform, as I mentioned, the end product of this is a text description generated by the computer that tells us, for example, based on picture 6, for example, most likely there is a scratch on the left-hand side headlight, for example. We are applying that for the mandatory inspection of the vehicle. We've also tried to assess the cost of or the level of damage based on the photographs, but realized that this is not a good idea. We can just liaise with the providers of spare parts and repairs and get more valuable information that way. No more questions? Any other questions, please? So we have 7 more minutes left. I'm from the Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan. My name is Bauzhan Akmanov. I have the following question. Which risks when it comes to using AI, machine learning, and ChatGPT algorithms do you see? Are there any vivid examples, good examples of when those risks materialized and it impacted your work? Azamat, the question is to you.
Well, risks are of course present, yeah. Well, automation, scoring, all of that is not just, a magic bullet. In any case, a human being will have to take the decision. That is why we're very accurate, very delicate with these kind of solutions, like unpiloted cars or unpiloted vehicles, right? You remember that actually before you never had a taxi without a pilot, without a driver. Even with the autopilot, you had to test it, and the driver was still there, but was not holding the steering wheel and didn't press any buttons. So this is more or less the process that we have. Once we're confident that the autopilot works well and works correctly and accurately the way it was planned, then we are ready to kind of change the driver's seat, maybe put it to the passenger seat, and then maybe remove completely the driver, so to say, right? However, there are some risks. I saw some of the failures of introducing digitization in system of different models or different systems of machine learning and so on. Yes, there are some failures of that, and there are some risks. However, all you have to do is just move forward, get the feedback, fix the mistakes, understand the root cause of mistakes, and then move forward, because without this kind of progressive movement, there won't be progress. Thank you. Okay, we still have 5 more minutes. Are there any other questions? Yes, please. Can you please hand over the mic or pass the mic? Yes, it's in your back, yeah.
Здравствуйте, компания
Hello,
Audit,
Audit company, we are the insurance
Я бы
agents.
хотела задать вопрос.
Well,
Вот
I have a
узкое
question.
горлышко вот в этом цифровизации.
I have a question as follows. I mean, the bottleneck of the digitization is internet. Well, we have an online platform for Halyk, where we need to kind of sign digitally the contract with the clients. And actually, your product covers only 20% of the population, such as cities Almaty and Astana, where internet is reliable. We do have solvent clients, teachers who make a lot of money, but they have internet 3 hours a day. And that is provided that the teacher makes it to the larger district or larger city. So I mean, how are you going to introduce that? We're talking about strategic goals, whereas the majority have very limited access to internet. Or I mean, the access technology is impaired. This is also our country. These are all our people who are supposed to buy this product. Again, statistically speaking, right? I think no one but Marlene can take this question. You worked at NITI, right? You were close to the Ministry of Digitization, and you know there was a joke about internet being as fast as in Tokyo. Well, before Marlene takes this question, let me share a comment. Well, when, or especially when an employee or company employee shares their opinion, then the CEO of that company must solve the dilemma, whether we can trust the information provided by the employee. Well, the experienced CEOs and managers, they do understand it right away. Inexperienced ones take some time. But you said that 20% of your clients, of your audit agents network, have access to internet. Okay, let's imagine 20% of a clientele have internet access, right? Let's assume that. But I just simply cannot understand this information just for a reason. There is this application, Kaspi KZ, and they have 11 million users. And these are all economically active individuals of Kazakhstan, citizens of Kazakhstan, who use Kaspi Bank on a daily basis. I'm sure Home Bank also has about 1 million of clients who use the application daily. Therefore, the holder and owner of a mobile phone doesn't have any problems accessing internet and using internet. So there are some problem areas. There is a certain categories or the segment of clients who do not have access to reliable internet, but thanks to technologies or thanks to this opportunity to create sort of drafts or maybe first draft version and transferring to a server later once internet is available, can help you guarantee and supply services to all of the clients. Also, some of the insurance companies are engaged in agricultural insurance, such as index-related and parametric insurance of the soil humidity. And actually, we take the decision about the insurance incident not on a regular basis, because the satellite, for instance, passes above the farmland, insured farmland, actually once in 3 days or once in 4 days. And we receive this information only when the satellite is right above our transmitter. So I guess there are sufficient technologies to provide services to all the clients. Well, I will argue with Azamat's statement that 11 million and 11 clients of Kaspi. If I live in a village where internet is not available and I have enough balance to just go to Kaspi, make a transfer or buy something there or get my salary, and that is it. And I don't have extra internet, to buy something or to buy an insurance or have to climb up the roof top of my house to get internet. As a person who faces problems with internet, I would give my preference to Kaspi only. And insurance products are going to be the least of my concerns. So it is a matter of the culture of insurance, explaining the need to insure something. If people do not have the need to insure their things, then of course they will use Kaspi. It will be one of those 11 million people there, but they are very unlikely to buy an insurance product with that limited and unreliable internet that they have. Okay, thank you. I recalled, Ruslan said you were close to digital ministry. So I recalled my affiliation or my association with the IT. I worked in electronic government. I remember I worked the SONS, the one-stop shop public service providers. Also, we wanted to make sure that even the smallest municipality had internet. And actually, why I know all these numbers by heart is because the government sent me to attend some interviews or some talk show about digitization. And there will all be this question, where is internet? When are you going to provide internet? And so on. 20 million people, ninth largest country of the world. We will simply never provide cable internet to all the countries. We can't cover the countries with the towers. It's simply not reliable and it's not feasible. We see that villages grow bigger and they merge gradually. So subsequently, some of the locations will have high-quality internet. And if you talk about 20%, yes, it is not very reliable, I guess, not very accurate, but nevertheless, yes, if you're quite right. If you have the needs and you have only 3 hours to spend in internet, then you will be able to satisfy all your needs with that. However, the list of priorities is another issue. And actually, insuring your property may not be in top 10 issues that have to be handled with your 3-hour limited internet. Well, with that, our time has run out. I would like to thank all the speakers for making it here. Thank you so much for making it here. I know that now is the season of flu, high flu season, and some of the speakers even couldn't make it here. And thank you so much for staying with us till this very last session. Thank you, the fund, Insurance Payments Guarantees Fund. Thank you so much for inviting us, and see you soon, right? Or see you next year. Marlene, could I please add a couple of words to the last question? Only one person can solve this issue. It's an insurance agent for that very village who can handle this lack of internet problem.
В заключении форума мы подведем итоги
In conclusion of our forum, we will summarize the results and we will form and shape some recommendations about the further development of the insurance market of Kazakhstan. Now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Burabayev to conclude and summarize the results of the forum. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I see that everyone is already tired, but I would like to thank you once again for participation. I would like to thank my colleagues, the employees of the fund. We're really concerned, we're really worried, and I'm very grateful that you all made it till this very last minute. Well, as for the results of the forum, then of course all the recommendations that have been mentioned, all of the ideas will be then formulated and submitted to the respective agencies. It will all be made available on the website of the fund. And the proposals or ideas that you have made today, whether that's about digitization or whether that's about the life insurance development, they will also be taken into account. But actually, the agenda was informed by your proposal, by your ideas. So I guess that is why it must have reflected some of your questions, some of your issues. So digitization is a pressing matter. Life insurance, of course, is also high on the agenda. So we will work on all these issues. And we do believe that the platform of the forum will be next year another impetus for development of the insurance market. However, the digitization issues will be discussed in greater detail next year, I believe. And digitization is just a tool because business, the core business is insurance, where digitization is a tool for that business. However, the way we do it, the way we use it, will determine how we deliver our product to the end beneficiary, to the final consumer. And as it's been said earlier, we need to consider the needs of the new generation, their habits, their behavior. So this information that we have acquired today at the digitization session, the digitization panel discussion, just like that, the information that we'll receive from different databases, from the government databases, will let us receive and process the information in such a way so that we could come up with some cohorts or come up with some products that are kind of more or less customized. Of course, we can come up with some out-of-box solutions that are standard, but that are not interesting. But instead, we could also come up with some customized products that are more interesting for the consumer. So we will, as I said, kind of shape and formulate all the recommendations. We will publish them on our website, and we will, of course, deliver them to the relevant authorities. And you will be able to familiarize yourself with that. Thank you so much for your patience, for your proposals, for your interest, and for your knowledge and expertise. Thank you.
Благодарим вас за участие
Thank you
в
so much
форуме.
for your participation in the
Желаем
forum.
успехов в
We wish
работе
you
и
all the best,
вдохновения для новых
and
идей.
we wish you to be inspired with new ideas.